The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Finance Bill, second reading.
Now, the reasoned amendment in the name of Mel Stride has been selected. Minister to move the second reading. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move this bill be read a second time. 4 weeks ago today, my Right Honourable friend the Chancellor delivered the first budget of this new government. It was a historic, once-in-a-generation budget, a budget to deliver economic stability, to fix the public finances and to secure a step change in investment. It was a budget to lay the essential foundations for growth, the #1 mission of this government. And let's face it, Madam Deputy Speaker, after 14 years of the party opposite, the foundations needed some fixing. That is why our budget was built on tough new fiscal rules. Rules that put a stop to borrowing for day-to-day spending and that get debt falling as a share of GDP. Our budget delivers fiscal responsibility whilst getting the NHS and other public services back on their feet and protecting working people. That is the difference a Labour budget makes. Now, that is not to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the decisions have been easy. The very opposite is true. We have taken difficult decisions on spending, welfare and tax, and this finance bill begins to implement some of those decisions. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I turn to what measures are within this bill, let me start by making a point about what it does not include. When I was a shadow minister, shadowing the tax brief from the opposition, I covered a total of 6 finance bills and probably as many ministers. Within those finance bills, we saw the Conservatives repeatedly extending the freeze on the personal allowance and the higher rate threshold for income tax. In Finance Act 2021, they froze income tax thresholds from 2022 until 2026. Then, in Finance Act 2023, they extended those freezes by another 2 years until 2028. The Conservatives were responsible for 6 years in a row of rising taxes on working people's payslips. Our government will not follow that path. In this finance bill, there are no tax rises on working people's payslips, nor indeed on many pensioners' incomes like those the party opposite put into law. We have made no changes to the basic, higher and additional rates of income tax. We have made no change to the rate of VAT, and in next week's National Insurance Bill, we will make no increase to the contributions that working people make. We said we would fix the public finances whilst protecting working people, and that is exactly what we are doing. We also said that we would provide stability for businesses making investment decisions and cap the rate of corporation tax. This bill delivers on those commitments too. Now, in the last Parliament, we saw finance bills being used repeatedly to put temporary measures in place, leading to an unstable and ever-changing regime on investment allowances. At the start of the last Parliament, the annual investment allowance had been temporarily raised to £1 million. That level was extended twice on a temporary basis before finally being made permanent. Meanwhile, full expensing for expenditure on plant and machinery was also introduced on a temporary basis. And, of course, over the course of the last Parliament, the super deduction came and went entirely. We are doing things differently. Our corporate tax roadmap that was published at the budget and the finance bill before us today both make clear that we are prioritising the stability that we know businesses need to invest. I'll give way.
I wonder whether he agrees with Gary Smith, because this is supposed to be a budget for growth, supposed to be a budget for jobs. And yet, increasing the energy profits levy is driving investment out of the North Sea, will make not the slightest difference to how much oil and gas we consume, and yet we'll lose, I think it's an estimated 13 billion of much-needed revenue for the taxpayer, meaning that we lose environmentally, in terms of jobs, and even fiscally. Surely, even the Minister can recognise how wrong that is.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will get to the energy profits levy in a moment, but let me say briefly this, that we have engaged with the oil and gas industry to ensure that we raise the money that we need for the transition to clean energy, whilst at the same time supporting investment and jobs in that industry. We recognise it will play a part in the energy mix for years to come, but we also recognise they must make a contribution to the transition that is so essential for our country to make. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to make a little bit of progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was saying about corporation tax, this bill maintains the cap on corporation tax at 25% that we set out in our manifesto. It also includes no changes to the permanent full expensing regime or the annual investment allowance. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I turn to other measures in this finance bill, I would like to note that the Leader of the Opposition seems to have already committed to reversing several of them. So let me just say this before I go any further. If the party opposite disagrees with the difficult but necessary choices this government has had to make, decisions to repair the public finances and to protect working people, they of course have every right to oppose our plans. But they must explain what choices they would make instead. So far, their new leadership has fallen at the very first hurdle of being a credible opposition by trying to have it both ways. Madam Deputy Speaker, they make plenty of noise, but I don't hear any alternatives. The Leader of the Opposition has said she opposes measures in this bill, but she also claims to support the investment those measures fund. She says that reintroducing the VAT tax break for private school fees would be the very first thing she would do if she became Prime Minister. And yet she also appears to support the extra £2.3 billion our budget has put into state education. In fact, we have calculated that the new Conservative leader has made unfunded pledges worth £12 million for every hour since she was appointed. By my reckoning, that's £1 million worth of pledges since I began speaking 5 minutes ago. In behaving this way, the Conservatives simply remind people how very far away they are from being a credible opposition and that they are getting further away by the day. I will give way.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way. The then Leader of the Opposition, now Prime Minister, rightly said that his administration would be going for growth. He made it his #1 priority. He inherited an economy that was the fastest growing in the G7. Can he say, we may shake his head, but it's a fact, can he say what's happened to growth since the 4th of July?
Madam Deputy Speaker, every business knows that you can only make investment decisions on the basis of secure public finances and economic stability. And that is why the first priority of this government has been to wipe the slate clean of the mess we inherited from the party opposite, deliver economic stability and provide the environment for businesses to make investment on which we will grow the economy. That remains our #1 mission, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I'm going to make some progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Chancellor set out in the budget, we believe that before making any changes to the rates of tax that people pay, it is vital we do everything we can to close the tax gap. That is why at the budget, the Chancellor announced a step change in our ambition to do so, with a package raising £6.5 billion of additional tax revenue by the year 2930. This package will make sure that more of the tax that is owed is paid, and that taxpayers are supported to pay the right tax first time. Our plan involves boosting the capacity of HMRC to ensure compliance and reduce debt, alongside changes to legislation, some of which this finance bill delivers, to remove loopholes used to reduce tax liabilities. That is why this bill includes measures such as introducing capital gains on the liquidation of a limited liability partnership to close a route increasingly used to avoid paying tax. The bill reforms rules for overseas pensions transfers, closing a gap allowing individuals to transfer significant pension savings overseas tax-free. And the bill implements the crypto asset reporting framework, tackling complex compliant cases where a significant proportion of offshore risk sits. In our manifesto, we said we would take on the tax gap, and that is what we are doing in government. Now, I'll give way.
Grateful for the Minister. He recognises the importance of reducing the tax gap. So will he commend the former Conservative government for halving the tax gap during its administration from what they inherited from Labour in 2010?
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we all know, efforts to close the tax gap had thoroughly stalled under the previous government, and we have brought renewed focus to this effort. For us, it is one of our top priorities. Before increasing the rates of any taxation, we must make sure people pay the tax that is owed. And quite frankly, if the government opposite have been doing such a great job, how is it possible that our government has been able to find an extra £6.5 billion in closing the tax gap through our measures in our first budget alone? That was in our manifesto. That is what we are delivering. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in our manifesto, we also made other specific commitments on tax, and I will set out now how this bill seeks to implement them too. First, let me turn to non-DOMs in the tax system. As honourable and right honourable members will know, this government believes that everyone who is a long-term resident in the UK should pay their taxes here. That is why this government is removing the outdated concept of domicile status from the tax system, and why we are implementing a new residence-based regime from April the 6th, 2025. Now, we have long argued for this change to be made, and although the previous government ended up being forced to move toward our position, they never implemented any changes. Under this government, we will finally make the reforms necessary to make the system fit for the 21st century. Our new regime will be internationally competitive and focused on attracting the best talent and investment to the UK. Our reforms will scrap the planned 50% reduction in foreign income subject to tax in the first year of the new regime, introduce a new residence-based regime for inheritance tax, retain and reform overseas workday relief, encouraging employees to spend more of their earnings in the UK, and extend the previously announced temporary repatriation facility to 3 years from April 2025. These new rules mean that from April 2025, anyone who has been tax resident in the UK for more than 4 years will pay UK tax on their foreign income and gains, as is the case for other UK residents. This is a much simpler and clearer test than exists under the current regime. The Office of Budget Responsibility confirmed at the budget that these reforms will raise £12.7 billion in revenue over the 5-year forecast period, funding that is crucial to meeting our commitments to fixing the public finances. Second, in government, we have decided to go further than our manifesto commitment to increase the non-resident stamp duty surcharge, and we will instead increase the higher rates of stamp charge on additional dwellings from 3 percentage points to 5 above the standard residential rates. Increasing the higher rates of stamp duty will raise more money than the manifesto policy, a total of £310 million by 29/30, and it will go further to rebalance the housing market. The OBR certified costing assumes that increasing the higher rates of stamp duty by 2 percentage points is expected to result in 130,000 additional transactions over the next 5 years by first-time buyers and other people buying a primary residence. We estimate that approximately half of those who pay the non-resident stamp duty surcharge also pay the higher rates of stamp duty. This change will therefore improve the comparative advantage of UK resident home movers, whilst also ensuring that no additional barriers are faced by those coming to the UK and buying their main home. Third, this bill delivers our manifesto commitment to introduce the 20% standard rate of VAT on private school fees. This would apply to any charges charged on or after July the 29th for terms starting after January the 1st, 2025, and it sits alongside our changes to private schools' business rates relief in the legislation I spoke to on Monday. Ending tax breaks for private schools is a tough but necessary decision that will secure additional funding to help the government deliver its commitments to improving education in state schools across the country and achieving the aspiration that every parent has for a high-quality education for their children. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't it the case that state school parents work just as hard as private school parents? And that in this case, there are situations where no matter how hard they work, they will never be in a financial position to send their kids to private schools. And so it falls on this government to fund state schools properly.
Absolutely. My honourable friend is absolutely right that every parent aspires for a high-quality education for their children, and that is exactly what this government will achieve. The government will achieve that by the already announced £2.3 billion of increase to the core schools budget for the financial year 25-26, increasing per pupil funding in real terms, and this includes £1 billion of additional funding for the SEND system. I'll give way.
Giving way. He's obviously very dedicated to extolling the virtues of his manifesto. Can I ask him that when he was sitting down and writing the budget with his right honourable friend, the Chancellor, did he at any stage in the manifesto that was put to this country in the general election state that growth forecasts under this government would be lower than what they were under the last government? And did he put in his manifesto that he would be taxing small family farms for a total revenue that's coming in of £590 million? I know he's very keen on his manifesto, but did he outline that growth would be lower under this government?
Yeah, I am keen on our manifesto. It was a manifesto to deliver this Labour majority and this Labour government. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, might I say this to the honourable gentleman, that if he looks at our manifesto, if he looks at our pledges that we went to the election with, 3 words open those pledges: deliver economic stability. That was crucial after the last government, after the mess that the last government made of the public finances, after the damage the last government did to our public services and our economy. Delivering economic stability, fixing the public finances, putting our public services back on a firm footing is essential to getting that investment and growth that our country so badly needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, now let me be clear in relation to the VAT policy on private school fees, that charging the standard rate of 20% does not mean that schools must increase their fees by 20%, because schools can reclaim VAT paid on inputs and reduce the cost to minimise the extent to which they need to increase fees. Many schools have already publicly committed to cap increases at 5%, or indeed absorb the full VAT costs themselves. Within this policy, I will give way.
The Minister giving way. When it comes to the school fees, in my area, for example, I have 2 private schools where parents have written that they're going to have to move out into the state system. The problem is there aren't places in the state system to accomplish that. So will there be a dedicated fund to help those schools when pupils do move? And is there also going to be some funds put aside for the welfare of the kids who are being taken out of school for mid-term transfers, which are expected to be about 3,000 pupils so far, according to figures released? That's going to have a significant impact on their mental health, their families' welfare. And I know this government's committed to making sure that children have good welfare. So would he consider a ring-fence fund to help support their mental health for those kids?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. More broadly on mental health, as he knows, that's a priority for this government. But specifically in relation to the policy around VAT on private school fees, as he mentioned, the impact on pupils in private schools having to change to a state school is expected to be very limited. As he will know, in the government's estimates, there is an estimated 35,000 pupils, less than 0.5% of all state school pupils, who will either leave or never enter the private sector as a result of this policy. Now, these movements will take place over a number of years, and only 3,000 pupils are estimated to move within the current academic year. And let me just put this, I will in one moment, let me just put this number in context for him. 3,000 pupils estimated to move within the current year. Every year, many pupils move between schools, including between private and the state sector. And a 2022 DFE report looking at this found that if you look at the moves between state schools and out-of-state schools, almost 60,000 moves take place every year. So I think we need to put this in context. And as he will well know, pupil numbers in schools fluctuate regularly for a number of reasons, and the school funding system in England is already set up to manage that.
I thank my friend for giving way. Does he not think it ironic that the party opposite are talking about the mental health of students when they didn't consider the mental health of students with some of the changes they made to the state system? In particular, as a former teacher, I refer to the time they decided to go from lettered grades to numbers grades at short notice, completely change the syllabus and not actually provide the resources or the textbooks that teachers needed to actually teach those courses. And the impact that had on young people's mental health was absolutely massive.
Yeah. Well, I thank my honourable friend very much for his intervention, and he's absolutely right to point out that the lack of funding that the previous government put into the state sector has implications. It takes a toll on children. Yep. If schools are not properly funded, if the capital budgets for schools are not properly funded as well as their revenue budgets, it has an impact on children's lives. And that is why the funding that we are putting into schools is something for which I will make no apology. The fact we are having to take difficult decisions to fund it is the nature of government. And I note that the party opposite are very happy to support our investment in state schools, but they absolutely refuse to support the difficult decisions necessary to generate that funding. And frankly, it underscores the fact that they are so far away from even being a credible opposition now they are on that side of the House. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've given way already to the honourable gentleman. I'm going to make a bit of progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that within this policy, provision for pupils with special educational needs is an important matter that a number of honourable and right honourable members have raised with me. Yeah. The government recognises the importance of this too, and I'm glad to confirm that where pupils have special educational needs, they can only be met in private schools, as determined by an EHCP in England, or its equivalent in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, Local authorities and devolved governments that fund these places will be compensated for the VAT they are charged on those pupils' fees. Fourthly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is delivering on its manifesto commitments to increase the energy profits levy by 3 percentage points from 35 to 38% and to extend the period over which the levy applies by 1 year. The government is also ending unjustifiably generous allowances by removing the levy's core investment allowance, which was unique to the oil and gas taxation and not available to any other sector in the economy. We are, however, providing stability within other features of the system by maintaining the level of tax relief available for decarbonisation investment, by setting the rate of the allowance at 66%, and by maintaining the availability of 100% first-year allowances. I'll give way.
Minister giving way. He's defending the changes that he's making to the fiscal regime as it relates to the North Sea and production of oil and gas. Can he identify another oil and gas producing nation that taxes their industry higher than the United Kingdom does?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, but obviously we know that other countries tax in different ways. We know that Norway has a high headline rate, although they have a different set of structures of allowances and so on. What is important for us is that we calibrate the headline rate and the allowances in the right way, which is why we've taken the measured decision to increase the rate as I described, to remove the investment allowance, but at the same time to retain the 100% first-year allowances and to retain the level of relief available for decarbonisation investment. And I will give way briefly.
Do you think that it is, does the Minister think that it is the right balance, given that the OEU case suggests that these changes will cost £12 billion in tax revenues?
I'm absolutely confident that through all of my engagement with OE UK and many firms who work in the oil and gas sector, that our approach gets the right balance that we need in our economy. It recognises that oil and gas producers will have a role in the energy mix for years to come, whilst also being clear that it is crucial we raise money for the energy transition, and the Energy Profits Levy seeks to achieve that by providing the money for that transition whilst also supporting jobs and investment in the sector as exists at the moment. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, fifthly, in terms of our manifesto commitments, this bill delivers on our commitment around carried interest by increasing the capital gains tax rates that apply to 32% as an interim measure from April the 6th next year, ahead of reforming carried interest more fully in a future finance bill. These reforms, which will have effect from April 2026, will ensure that the reward is taxed in line with its economic characteristics. They put the tax treatment of carried interest on a fairer and more stable footing for the long term, whilst preserving the UK's competitive position as a global asset management hub. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Chancellor set out both in July and again at the budget, the fiscal situation we inherited was far worse than we had expected. We know the previous government left us with a £22 billion black hole, and so we have had to take tough decisions to fix the public finances and to get public services back on their feet. Some of those decisions are outside the scope of this finance bill and will be debated as part of other bills' passage. But this bill does include a number of those decisions that we have sought to take in as fair a way as possible. The bill makes changes to the main rates of capital gains tax by increasing them to 18% and 24% from the 30th of October 2024, a decision that will raise revenue whilst ensuring the UK tax system remains internationally competitive. We are supporting businesses through this transition by maintaining business asset disposal relief with its £1 million lifetime limit and by phasing in the increase to this relief's CGT rate in line with the changes to investors' relief to 14% in April 2025 and then 18% in April 2026. The bill maintains inheritance tax thresholds at their current levels for a further 2 years to April the 5th, 2030. The bill legislates for air passenger duty rates for 25-26 and for those announced in the budget for 26-27. Now, from 26-27, all rates of air passenger duty will be adjusted to partially account for previous high inflation, a change that will help to maintain the value of air passenger duty rates in real terms. I'll give way.
To flying, Ryanair have come out and said they're going to cut 5 million flights, 5 million tickets because of this change. How does that help growth?
Well, let me put these decisions into context for the honourable gentleman, because the increase equates to £1 more for people taking domestic flights in economy class, £2 more for those flying to short-haul destinations in economy class. And none of these decisions are easy, but these are decisions that we have to take to fix the public finances and to get our economy back on a stable footing. I'm going to make some progress because I'm going to make some progress. That's the impact that these changes have in terms of domestic flights in economy class and short-haul destinations in economy class. But in addition to the broad increases and broad changes in air passenger duty rates, the higher rates for larger private jets will also increase by a further 50% to ensure that they contribute fairly to the public finances. The bill also renews the tobacco duty escalator and enables HMRC to prepare for the introduction of a new duty on vaping products. The bill increases the soft drink industry levy over the next 5 years to reflect the 27% increase in CPI inflation between 2018 and 2024, as well as increasing the rate in line with CPI each year from the 1st of April 2025. And finally, whilst the bill increases alcohol duty for non-draft products in line with RPI inflation, duty on qualifying draft products will be cut by 1.7% in cash terms to support pubs, and we will increase the duty discount on products that qualify for small producer relief from February the 1st, 2025. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor has been clear that this budget was a once-in-a-generation event at which the government took difficult but necessary decisions. By taking those tough decisions, the budget delivers economic stability, sound public finances and stronger public services. And on those foundations, we will work day in, day out across the rest of this Parliament to boost investment and growth. Now, many of the measures to boost investment are, of course, being delivered outside of this finance bill, from the planning reform that we got underway within days of taking office, to the creation of mega funds for pension investments, which the Chancellor announced at Mansion House. Within this bill, we are introducing additional reliefs for our creative industries for visual effects in film and high-end TV, which will play a key role in strengthening the UK as a global hub for film and TV. Likewise, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill introduces measures to support the transition to electric vehicles through higher vehicle excise duty first-year rates for hybrid and internal combustion engine vehicles, boosting the incentive for EVs, and by an extension of first-year allowances for electric cars and charge points until 25-26. But above and beyond any individual measures, the impact of this bill and the budget that it follows are to lay the foundation for greater investment of growth through fiscal responsibility, stronger public services and economic stability. We have laid the foundations for creating wealth, jobs and opportunity in every part of this country, enabling people to meet their aspirations for themselves and their families and making people across Britain better off.
For giving way. One of the measures, of course, that has a bearing on the provision of public services is the increase to the employers' national insurance contributions. Now, I understand that Treasury is in discussion with the devolved governments and local government across England to ascertain precisely how much extra funding support is required to offset the increased cost upon their services. Can I just ask the Minister to give us an update on those discussions and when he believes local authorities and indeed the devolved governments will know how much money and additional support they'll be receiving?
I'm afraid I'm not going to give the honourable gentleman inside information on any discussions which are ongoing between the Treasury and devolved governments, but the policy for reimbursing increases in employer national insurance contributions is well established. The last government followed a similar process in relation to the health and social care levy, whereby departments and employees and other direct public sector employees are typically refunded the entire increase. Third parties, contractors and so on are not, and in terms of the devolved government's settlements, they have their own process to go through with the Treasury. I'm sure he'll understand why I can't give a running commentary on that, but I'm sure his colleagues will pick that up. I'm going to make some progress. I've been generous in giving way to the honourable gentleman in particular, because Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker. All right, okay, go on then.
I'm very grateful to the Minister who is showing his customary good humour and goodwill to the Chamber. He was unable to discuss the precise numbers for the devolved, but could he confirm what the overall cost is to the Exchequer of compensating the public sector overall for the impact of NICs? I believe it's around 5.9 billion, but I just want to check with the Minister that that's correct.
Do I regret giving way to the honourable gentleman? What I might invite the honourable gentleman to do is perhaps return to the chamber next Tuesday for the National Insurance Contributions Bill, which I will also be speaking at, and he can have a full debate on national insurance then, which I'm sure he and his colleagues are looking forward to, and I hope will support in the division lobbies, because no doubt they support the extra investment in the NHS, which that decision funds. And so I thank him in advance for signalling his good grace and support for our measures that we are taking. Madam Deputy Speaker, after we were elected, we said we would take the difficult decisions necessary to fix the public finances. We said we would close the tax gap, implement our manifesto pledges and protect working people. We said we would deliver economic stability, fiscal responsibility and the certainty that businesses need to invest and grow. This bill plays a central role in achieving those goals, and I commend it to the House.
Question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Shadow Minister Mel Stride.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name. Madam Deputy Speaker, this finance bill, this budget are a disgrace. They are a disgrace because they are built upon a deceit that was propagated by the party opposite during the last general election. They told the British people they need not worry about taxes being raised left, right and centre. And yet what have we discovered? Within the OBR's figures, it clearly shows that this country is now heading to its highest tax burden in the history of our nation. We were also told, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the party opposite during the general election there was no intention of increasing national insurance. In fact, it stated exactly that within the manifesto upon which the government stood. And they broke that commitment. Don't take my word for it. Paul Johnson of the IFS says exactly that. And that, of course, I will give way to the
Secretary of State giving way. Isn't the point that the manifesto said there would be no rise on national insurance, but when ministers went to defend this policy, they said not on working people, but then couldn't define working people. Now the language has slipped to pay slips. Is the Shadow Minister aware of this in terms of the translation? And I'm pretty sure it wasn't written in the manifesto about a pay slip being mentioned.
Makes an important and very valid point. And of course, indeed, as he says, what the party opposite are now claiming is that there will be no incidence of this tax increase upon working people, although they seem to have a problem defining exactly what a working person is. But nonetheless, try telling that to those people who will see their wages depressed as a consequence of this measure. Try telling that to the 50,000 full-time equivalents who the OBR say will lose their jobs as a consequence of this measure. Tell that to the young people who, because it's not just the increase in the rate, it is also an approximate halving of the threshold, will disproportionately affect them, younger people up and down our country. The party opposite also reassured farmers. The then Shadow Secretary of State for DEFRA, the now Secretary of State, reassured farmers. He went to the NFU. He told them there would be nothing to be done on inheritance tax and APT. And on that basis, the NFU told their members that at least on that measure there was nothing to fear from a future Labour government. Well, how wrong they were. And we've seen only last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, farmers in their dignified way, in their tens of thousands, coming up to the very gates of our democracy to ask a simple question of the party opposite. Why did you lie to us? That is the nub of it, Madam Deputy Speaker. It will see the break-up of our farms and it will do nothing for food security. I will certainly give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the Shadow Minister. Does he agree with me that the government could not conceivably have been so ignorant about British agriculture that they didn't know that inheriting the family farm is no form of enrichment whatsoever? So introducing this change to APR is just pure bad government.
Absolutely, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. It demonstrates that this government does not understand farming, it does not understand the countryside. There are 100 members opposite who represent rural constituencies. I'm not going to guess how many there will be after the next general election, but some number fewer than 100, I suspect. And perhaps the cruellest cut of all, the cruellest deception, Madam Deputy Speaker, was of our pensioners, who were reassured that there would not be any means testing of the winter fuel payment. And yet what happened? 10 million pensioners to face a cut. And before somebody on the opposite benches stands up and tells us that some of those pensioners can afford it, many of them, Madam Deputy Speaker, simply cannot. Over 2/3 of those affected by this measure, of those under the poverty line, 2/3 will actually lose these benefits. That is, yes, I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Protest, and that while the Prime Minister was out of the country on the 19th, something else was snuck out on the 19th, which was a DWP letter explaining that from analysis, their own internal analysis, they knew at the point of the decision when they were deciding what to do, it was going to impoverish 100,000 pensioners in relative poverty and 50,000 pensioners into absolute poverty. This information was asked for time and time again in this House for that debate. Isn't it right that these kind of measures should have that information ready for a debate like we have today?
The honourable friend is absolutely right. It is disgraceful that the party opposite waited until the farmers were at the gates of Westminster to slip out, to sneak out that impact survey, which indeed did show that by 2027 there will be 100,000 more pensioners in relative poverty after housing costs than is the case today. And indeed, the analysis by the party opposite back in 2017, when they were against this particular proposal, was that up to 4,000 pensioners would prematurely die in the cold as a consequence of this measure. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you deal in deceit, you need a pretext for so doing. And a further deceit has been brought forward, and the Minister raised it again at the dispatch box this afternoon, this £22 billion black hole.
Where is it?
Where is it? I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Shadow Minister for giving way. And I'm just reflecting on the tone that is being taken in these remarks, because I'm also looking at chart 4.5 in the Office of Budget Responsibilities document, looking at the rise in the tax to GDP ratio that is going on. And it is a big increase in the tax to GDP ratio, but from the indignant tone that the Right Honourable Member is making, you would think that there had never been a tax rise under the previous government. What the chart shows is a significantly larger rise in the tax to GDP ratio because of the decisions taken by the previous government. So doesn't the Right Honourable Member not think that his tone does not reflect the facts of the decisions that he took?
Order. Before the member responds, can I caution the member on using the word deceit in the chamber? But no doubt you want to respond to that intervention.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will of course be guided by you on that matter. But as to the honourable gentleman's point, there is no doubt that the analysis, as we went into the last general election, of the three major parties' manifestos and the impact that they would have on the tax burden was that the Labour parties would be by far the greatest increase in the tax burden. And of course, what the Labour Party have done is to break their manifesto and go still further to take us, as I said earlier, according to the OBR, to what will be the highest tax burden in the history of our country. It's as simple as that. So I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Right Honourable Member for giving way. I did want to indulge him, but he has now mentioned the OBR 3 times during the course of his speech. I wonder if he wanted to share with the House what conversations he had with former Prime Minister Liz Truss about respecting the OBR before she crashed the economy and set inflation to 11%.
Well, as the then chair of the Treasury Select Committee at that particular time, I had quite a lot to say about it. In fact, I would point him to the public record on that particular matter. But the fact of the matter is that the party opposite claim that this £22 billion vast black hole, which you could even see from the moon. Now, when the OBR looked at this matter, they concluded that the fiscal pressure, in fact, was under half that figure. Yeah. They also made the point that had it been known at that time, there would have been discussions between Treasury officials and the OBR, and that number might well have been smaller still. And it is equally the case that, of course, governments manage down in-year fiscal pressures as a matter of course. So, to use another astronomer's analogy, this is not so much a black hole as a red dwarf. Simple as that, or red herring, even better. But this is not just about misleading the British people. This is about economic incompetence. This government has set great store on growth. It is saying that it will generate the fastest, consistently, sustainably growing economy in the G7. Well, how? Well, I see members nodding their heads. How is that going? The first thing, to go back to our friends, the OBR, is that the forecast around this budget clearly showed across the forecast a lower level of growth than was the case when they gave the forecast around our budget the preceding spring. A direct consequence of the kind of policies, the growth-destroying policies that this government is engaged with. What happened when the ONS came out with its figures at the end of September, recently, for the third quarter? For the third quarter, I'll come to the honourable gentleman in a minute. The third quarter of this.
The member has twice used the word "you" in the chamber today. The first time he was heckling and I let him off, but I won't be letting him off again in the future. Mel Stride.
Well, I take it as a familiar mark of respect from the honourable gentleman to myself. But the simple fact of the matter is that the ONS's figures for the third quarter of this year shows growth of 0.1%. That is 1/7 of what has been achieved in the United States. And indeed, in September, that month alone, the third month of the quarter, there was negative growth. And the reason for that is very clear, that when this government came to office, the first thing they did was to talk down the economy. The first thing they did was to talk about black holes, to say what a terrible mess everything was, as cover for what they always intended to do all along. And that had an impact on these PMI surveys, and you can see it in the data. You can see the slump in business confidence, and they are now reaping the whirlwind. And we have now, of course, had a budget that will do even more damage when it comes to growth. And what is going to happen to inflation? Go back to our friends the OBR. In every single year of the forecast, inflation is higher than every single year of the forecast under our last budget back in the spring. A fiscal splurge up front that will translate through into higher prices and higher interest rates for longer, higher mortgages. And before everyone on that side starts jumping up and down at the M word, the government now owns mortgage interest rates, and they are being affected in the wrong direction as a result of their policies. And what about living standards? Living standards down, flatlining. In fact, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation says that by October 2029, the average family will be £770 in real terms worse off than they are today. So, on their watch. And there are a number of measures in this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, that will further weigh on growth. CGT up, destroying wealth creation. The energy profits levy, destroying jobs, making us less secure when it comes to our energy. Stamp duty going up, one of the worst taxes, and I know the honourable gentleman who just intervened will accept that. I know we share exactly that view. I think he makes that point in his recent book, actually. The level of activity in the housing market, will be dampened. The people will be discouraged from downsizing, which will put pressure on the housing supply. And of course, labour mobility will be impacted as well, an important component of growth itself. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and he is painting an accurate but bleak picture, as reflected by the IFS, the OBR, in fact all the independent analysts, of what the impact of this budget will be. But can I put it to my right honourable friend that he is understating the weakness that it creates for this country? Because look back at the last 14 years, we were recovering from the financial crash, you had the pandemic, you had Brexit, you had the energy crisis. We are unlikely to make it to the end of this decade without some form of further shock. And isn't it central to the weakness of this budget that it makes this country so much more vulnerable to what we do not yet know what is coming?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very perceptive point, and I will come to his point momentarily. But let me just deal with one other matter, which is VAT on private schools. We have already heard about the displacement effect, the behavioural effect, the thousands of pupils that will have their education disrupted and the impact on their families. But does not this measure, Madam Deputy Speaker, tell you all you need to know about socialism? Those who stretch to try and make ends meet, to send their children to those schools, are to be denied. Their aspiration to be sacrificed on the altar of envy. Is it not as simple as that? And to my right honourable friend's point, he is absolutely right. This is not creating the strong foundations for the future. This is creating a vulnerable and brittle economy. The Chancellor has very little headroom against her fiscal targets. Against the stability target, it's quite conceivable that because the government has talked down the economy and gilt rates have responded in turn, that actually almost all of that headroom may already have disappeared. And I will prophesy, Madam Deputy Speaker, that without doubt, because either the forecasts may turn in the wrong direction, or the pressure on departmental spending over the next 2 years on will become difficult for a profligate Labour government, or some external factors, my right honourable friend has pointed out, maybe tariffs from Donald Trump's America, or maybe his deficit funding of tax cuts will lead to higher bond yields and higher interest rates here. However it occurs, I will almost guarantee you that this government will come back for more in due course. And can I let my right honourable gallant friend prophesy?
To be fair to the Prime Minister, he did make it absolutely clear that things would have to get worse. The difficulty is, and this is my prophecy if you like, there is no prospect of them getting better thereafter.
I think that is an extremely astute observation, if I might say so, from my right honourable friend. So the prophecy is that things will get tougher further down the line. And it will then be the case that this government took decisions that left us in a weak and vulnerable position to withstand them. And of course, why has this happened? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite has very little business experience. If you look at the front bench, there are very few who have started up a business or grown a company in any significant manner. I'll give way. Perhaps this is the example of somebody who's done just that.
Thank you for giving way. If the right honourable gentleman and his colleagues are against all the revenue-raising measures in the budget, perhaps he'd like to explain to us which of the many investments in the health service, in roads, in the justice system and schools that he and his colleagues would cut.
It is not a binary decision like that, and the honourable gentleman is clever enough. No. I'm sorry, I won't be disrespectful to the honourable gentleman to claim that he really, truly believes that. Of course, if you come forward with a budget, as we would have done, that would have grown the economy, then you have more money. If you had grasped the nettle of welfare reform, which we did when we were in office, and we had very clear plans in our manifesto, a saving of £12 billion a year, then you don't have to go around caning companies and beating up on pensioners and so on as an alternative. There are better ways of doing this, and we had a much, much better way.
Yes, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, in her conversation with the CBI, which didn't go terribly well earlier this week, said that her tax-raising days are over. And yet, significantly, I think, the Minister of the Dispatch Box failed to reiterate that assertion. Does he believe her?
Well, my right honourable friend raises a very interesting point, because indeed the Chancellor did say at the CBI, when asked, that she would not be raising taxes in the future, and the Prime Minister did at this dispatch box this very afternoon appear to resile from that. So we now actually don't even have clarity on that vital and important point. But surely the point is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Chancellor is no economist. The Chancellor, no matter how much puff one applies to try and disguise the fact. And I did actually think that I would take a leaf out of her book, even though that page was apparently written by somebody else. And I can inform the House that, of course, I am an economist. As a former governor of the Bank of England, as president of the International Monetary Fund, as somebody who ran the World Bank and the World Trade Organization at the same time, and yes, for 10 years, I have as much experience as our Chancellor. Now, that flight of fancy, of course, is all mine, but the inspiration lies on the benches opposite. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a finance bill of broken promises, of breathtaking incompetence, a finance bill that represents a present danger to the future of our economy. Was there ever a bill more injurious to that which we on this side of the House love? Our pensioners, our farmers, our businesses, the poor, the vulnerable, and yes, the working men and women right up and down our country. They say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that astrologers are there to make economists look good. Well, not this lot. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is written in the stars. It is a story foretold. Unchecked, this budget, this finance bill is going to take Britain down, which is why we will never tire of the trials of opposition, why we will be the party that stands up for the working men and women up and down our country to fight this government.
And now, to make her maiden speech, Samantha Niblett.
Caught me off guard, didn't expect to be quite so soon. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is with great humility and immense pride that I stand here today delivering my first speech in this chamber as the Member of Parliament for South Derbyshire. I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the people of South Derbyshire for placing their trust in me. I was visible, accessible and active right across the constituency before the election was called and took great pride in proving it by directing people to my Samantha Spotting interactive online map. And I am committed to continuing in the same vein, working incredibly hard for the people that I represent. And I want to thank my predecessor, Heather Wheeler, who has dedicated so much of her life to both local and national politics, 14 years as an MP, and if an internet search result isn't tricking me, a career that began in local politics in 1982 when she was just 23 years old, later becoming an elected councillor in South Derbyshire in 1995 and going on to be leader of the council. Her commitment to public service was rewarded in the 2023 Birthday Honours List, and I also hear, on repeat and on good authority, that she was also jolly good fun in this place too. As the most recent MP for South Derbyshire, I joined this House from the private sector, having built a career in data and technology. And I am still a relative newbie to politics. I joined the Labour Party in my late 30s, swiftly finding my home and sense of purpose to try and make things better for people through political activism at a time when data and technology are a key to driving economic growth to help make people better off. When I discovered that the two things I am most proud of this country for were Labour government creations, the welfare state and our precious National Health Service, that both look after people when they are at their most vulnerable and in most in need of support, I knew I'd found the party I belong to. The NHS has saved both my parents' lives more than once, and I am delighted that now Labour is in government, we will save the NHS's life. Deciding to throw your hat in the ring for the longest ongoing job interview for a job without a job description and a role some people instantly loathe you for simply for being an MP, something which is particularly harsh online, isn't for everyone. And were it not for my wonderful 17-year-old daughter Lillian, I probably wouldn't be standing here. She is the reason for my being. I couldn't tell her she can be anything she wants to be if I didn't show her. I want her to feel brave and able to change her career later in life, just as I have, if she wishes. And I will not stand by and let her be horrified, as she is, at the gender pay gap without trying my best to help solve it. And thank goodness, we have the first ever female Chancellor of the Exchequer in Rachel Reeves, who, having smashed a glass ceiling herself, wants to level that playing field for other women. The desire for fairness and to want to look after people is what drives me and is one of the defining features of South Derbyshire too. a strong sense of community and people who look out for one another. From a plea for support on one of the many online Facebook groups such as I Love Swad, This Is Overseal or Spotted Repton, with some interesting posts, colourful comments that frequently have people, well, shall we say, holding me to account. But more often than not are seeing people that when they rally, when they ask for help, people rally round to support them. And that community extends to local businesses, supporting and working with local charities such as South Derbyshire CVS, that not only runs a food bank, something I hope to see an end of as we make people better off again, but provides services and support to both individuals and voluntary groups, of which there are very many. Then we have the Maple Tree Community Cafe in Repton Village Hall that has volunteers who make people so welcome, and they have the best coffee, not to mention the beloved donuts the first Saturday of every month. To the small business group Bean Networking that meet at Bean Cafe that do the most amazing bagels. There's a bit of a food theme going here. People are there for one another. South Derbyshire has something for everyone, and I would encourage everyone to go online and visit southdderbyshire.co.uk to see for themselves and then come and see us. From the Melbourne Festival of Art and Architecture that celebrates its 20th anniversary next September, to the Festival of Leisure on Morris Lee Memorial Park in Church Gresley, a short walk from the home of Gresley Rovers. Now, the last time a Labour MP, Mark Todd, who people still speak so fondly of today, delivered his first speech in this chamber in 1997, he was hoping to help them move their football ground. Well, under this Labour MP, I hope to help them finally make that dream a reality. And from the beautiful game to the beautiful places, we have Cork Abbey in Ticknell, part of our wonderful National Trust, where people do great work to preserve and restore woodlands and ensure visitor areas are inclusive so as many people as possible can enjoy them. Mercia Marina, situated just outside Willington, is the largest inland port in Europe and has a fantastic spot for tourism, leisure and local business. And speaking of local business, Acres Engineering is a wonderful family-run company that opens its doors to school visits, trains and develops apprentices, and has an Armed Forces Covenant Gold Award for the work they do in supporting the Armed Forces community and defence. And as I'm partaking in this year's Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme in the RAF, it's something I'm ever more grateful to Acres Engineering for being committed to. They really do go over and above for people. Yeah. But it's not just homegrown businesses we have in South Derbyshire. We're home to sites for Toyota, Rolls-Royce and JCB. These global companies provide high-quality jobs, apprenticeships and vital skills training to local people, making South Derbyshire a hub of innovation and industrial excellence. The expertise in hydrogen-powered vehicles can help deliver carbon emissions reduction and ideally places at the forefront of the green revolution to help us fight the climate crisis. I also want to highlight the critical role of Burton and South Derbyshire College. Now, whilst the main site isn't technically in my constituency, they do have sites and programmes that are. They provide vital education and training to the next generation of workers and entrepreneurs. This technical college is the gold standard this Labour government wants to see more of right across the country. Our college is helping to equip our young people, including those with special educational needs and disabilities, with the skills needed to thrive in today's fast-changing world in the jobs of the future. Many of these jobs, I hope, will be in the tech sector, as I strive to encourage tech businesses to base themselves here so that no one has to leave where they live to build a secure, successful, rewarding and well-paid career. Our motto, the earth, our wealth, speaks of a time when our industry was about coal mining and pottery. Now it makes me think of our stunning rural landscapes and of the hard-working farmers who are increasingly diversifying to adapt to changing economic landscapes. Whether it's producing their own biogas from food waste, converting agricultural buildings into separate business units to let, or running farm shops, our farmers continue to show resilience and creativity. In closing, whether in Etwall, Eggington and Stenson Fields in the north, or in Lullington, Coton-on-the-Elms and Walton in the south, I want people to know that I promise to represent you with integrity, dedication and a deep sense of responsibility. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to follow the Honourable Member for South Derbyshire, and I'd like to congratulate her on her very heartfelt maiden speech. I commend her on her commitment to the NHS and her desire to be a role model for the next generation and younger women who follow up the ladder behind us. And I think her skills in data and tech will be incredibly helpful in this House as we grapple with the challenge of online harms and the threats and opportunities of AI. And I wish her well in her career in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is no doubt that the government has received a terrible inheritance. Under the Conservative government, the former Conservative government, our economy flatlined, people's living standards plummeted, and our public services were left on their knees. So, inevitably, the incoming government has had to make some difficult decisions. Some of those decisions you might like, side B. Steady on. Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, some of these decisions we Liberal Democrats agree with. To start with, the government has decided to borrow for productive investment, and in principle we agree with that. The government has raised the levy on oil and gas giants and closed the loophole, and we agree with that too. The government has also decided to invest in the NHS, and we agree with that also. But we can't support this bill for many of the reasons set out in our reasoned amendment. The first question is around who should pay for fixing our NHS and social care. Now, we Liberal Democrats have always said that it should be those with the broadest shoulders. Unfortunately, the government's finance bill does not reverse the tax cuts given to the big banks by the Conservatives. It doesn't raise the digital services tax on the big tech companies, and it doesn't increase the remote gambling duty either. These three measures outlined in our reasoned amendment would have raised billions of pounds to help fix our NHS and social care. Also, that money could have been used to reverse the cut to the winter fuel payments. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the inheritance tax measures are not included in the finance bill, but the finance bill does pave the way for them to happen. I have to say, I think it's a bit rich of the Conservatives to suddenly pretend to be the friends of the farmers when they ushered in the very trade deals that have undermined so many farmers. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the government in the strongest terms to think again about the family farm tax. This particular measure is badly thought through, and it gives the worst of both worlds. It does not close that loophole. It does for the big equity companies and investors who are buying up land. It is still more tax efficient for them to do that than to put their money elsewhere. And yet family farms are being caught up as collateral damage. There are rumours that the government may be thinking again, and I urge them to do so. It is possible for the government to look at introducing a genuine family farm test, as exists in some other countries like France and Ireland. And if the government looks at this issue, then the Liberal Democrats, in the spirit of constructive opposition, will work with the government to get this right and to protect family farmers. Also outlined in our reasoned amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker, is our opposition to the increase in alcohol duty. The reason for this is this will hit not only consumers but also small businesses, and not just any businesses. The businesses involved in this sector are the bastions of new craftsmanship and innovation in our small batch distilleries. In summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know the government has had an awful inheritance. We know they've had to make difficult decisions, but we Liberal Democrats would have made difficult choices on that point.
Has the Honourable Member, instead of being just the party of no, reflected on having been the party of enabling the coalition government that the Honourable Member is criticising?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we can all say that a lot of water has passed under the bridge since those times. Since 2015, we've seen what the Conservative government did when they were left in government on their own. And hopefully people will have seen at the most recent general election that we Liberal Democrats put health and social care front and centre, which delivered us to become the largest third party in the last 100 years. But as I was concluding, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has had an awful inheritance. They have had to make difficult decisions, but we Liberal Democrats would have made different decisions. And for those reasons, we will not support the bill.
Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak in this debate on the first Labour finance bill in 14 years, and an even greater pleasure to be responding to the very first budget delivered by a female Chancellor. It is also an honour to be speaking in this debate on Lancashire Day, and I would like to put on record my congratulations to all my constituents in Bolton West and further afield who are celebrating this important day. Now, as others have done, I'd like to congratulate the Right Honourable Member for Leeds West and Pudsey and thank her for blazing a trail for girls in my constituency of Bolton West to follow. In response to remarks from the Shadow Chancellor slightly earlier, what I would say is, as someone who spent 14 years working in FTSE 100 companies, the measures contained within this finance bill, I believe, will be a turning point for our country. They are the first step in fixing the foundations of a broken economy after 14 long years of economic vandalism from the party opposite. So let me be clear that this Labour government inherited a difficult financial situation. Debt above 90% of GDP. Millions of pounds of public money wasted during the pandemic, including via contracts awarded through the VIP fast lane. Inflation at 11% and a cost of living crisis which bore down not just on the most vulnerable in my constituency, but also working families, young people and many businesses. That is the economic inheritance bequeathed by the party opposite, and we should take no lessons from them in how to manage the public finances. To that end, I very much welcome the measures in this finance bill. Yes, I will give way.
I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman give way. Just to take him back just a few months, he may remember that inflation was at 2% down at target, that the level of employment was 4 million people up on where it was in 2010. So it would be fair for the honourable gentleman who's new to the House to want to give a balanced picture. He may want to reflect on the 4 million additional jobs, the fact that inflation was down and that the UK was the fastest growing economy in the first quarter in the entire G7.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for his contribution. I will go back to the point I mentioned earlier about inflation at 11%, and frankly the work was not done by the previous government to mitigate that. To that end, I very much welcome the measures in this finance bill which will increase stamp duty on those who own a second home. Indeed, the blight of second home ownership in certain parts of our country has destroyed the housing market for local people, massively inflating prices and denying those otherwise invested in their local area from being able to put down roots. And I am pleased to see the Chancellor delivering on our election promise to scrap the non-dom loophole, which has been abused for far too long by those who wish to enjoy all the privileges of life in this country, but without paying into the system. Now, I would like to applaud the Chancellor's commitment to delivering fairness into the tax system through the budget and this finance bill. In light of the debates we've been having in the country at large over the last few weeks, I'd like to briefly focus my comments on 3 key topics, which I hope can be revisited at a juncture soon during this Parliament by the government. The first of which has been overlooked for far too long, and that is on tax justice. Now, according to HMRC, the tax gap, the difference between what HMRC should collect annually and what it actually does collect is almost £40 billion. Let me repeat that figure, £40,000 million. Closing that gap by just 20% could pay for 60,000 nurses, 40,000 teachers and 40,000 police officers. Imagine the transformative impact that could have on our public services, on education, on health and on tackling crime. Simply put, working people in Bolton West are expected to pay the taxes they owe. So why should big multinationals and the super rich be able to avoid contributing the fair share? That's why the renewed focus on tax avoidance and evasion in this budget is much needed. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, you do sometimes have to spend money to make money. And we all know that the tough decisions have to be made on the public finances. Now, that doesn't have to come at the expense of boosting enforcement through our public bodies, including the likes of HMRC. HMRC should be self-funding with a greater proportion of cash raised from fines, asset seizure and the like returned to the relevant agencies. Indeed, our enforcement agencies work incredibly hard to claw back the billions of pounds lost every year to economic crime in the UK, but they simply do not have the resources to protect us from all manner of crimes, from fraud to money laundering, to tax evasion. But it should be the criminals who are made to pay, not the hard-working taxpayer. For me, this would be a sensible way both to combat economic crime and bolster our public finances. And we already know, for example, that every pound invested in the Serious Fraud Office returns 3 to the Treasury, a 317% return on its budget, while every pound spent on the National Crime Agency's International Corruption Unit results in £21 of illicit wealth frozen. As it happens, research published this month by Spotlight on Corruption, which I hope the Minister will take note of, found that just 17.6% of the £4 billion generated for the government by law enforcement agencies and anti-money laundering supervisors between 2017 and 2014 was reinvested into those agencies or into crime reduction and community projects. And if just 50% of those enforcement receipts have been reinvested, economic crime regulation and enforcement would have received an extra £233 million a year, nearly double the annual investment underpinning the 2023 to 26 economic crime plan, at no cost to the taxpayer, but with potentially substantial rewards. My second area of focus, which I would like the government to attend to through the course of this Parliament, on council tax. Now, for almost 3 decades, successive governments have sat on their hands when it comes to reforming this levy, which is regressive and disproportionately targets the wealth of lower-income families, the young and local authorities, such as Bolton Council, which finds it does not provide an adequate funding base for them to provide critical services to my constituents. Indeed, last year, a modest property in Hartlepool worth £150,000 would have been taxed at over 1% of its value, while the owner of an £8 million mansion in Westminster will be seeing a bill equivalent to just 0.02%. The Fairer Share campaign has called for a proportional property tax, which would see homeowners paying a flat rate based on current and annually updated valuations, not the absurdly outdated 1991 numbers. They calculate this would put an average of £600 into the pockets of households in Bolton West and leave 96% of people living in my constituency better off. Indeed, in total, Fairer Share reckon that this reform could save £6.5 billion per year for households outside central London and the South East, helping to level up communities and genuinely boost local economies. Finally, I would very much like to see the defence spending commitment of 2.5% of GDP reached as soon as fiscally possible, and I welcome the government's commitment to this effect. The increase of £2.9 billion into defence already announced by this government is indeed very welcome, and we must continue to invest into defence to ensure that the UK will have the capacity to keep us safe in what is becoming an increasingly dangerous world. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, this finance bill demonstrates that after 14 years of dither and delay, the Labour government is taking the difficult decisions head-on. With measures announced last month by the Chancellor, I am confident that my constituents across Bolton West will be able to realise their full potential, and that together we can build the healthier, more prosperous society I want to see, with tax justice at its heart, and those with the broadest shoulders paying their fair share to fix the crises in our schools, our hospitals and our prisons.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, may I commend the Honourable Member for South Derbyshire for her maiden speech. She and I share many interests, not least in technology, in promoting women in technology, and also in accessibility. And I wish her very well. Turning to the matter in hand, the measures in this bill are, of course, in addition to other measures announced as part of the same budget that has caused serious concern for businesses in Bognor, Regis and Littlehampton. Re-energising our high streets has been one of my key priorities, but this budget pushes us further from this goal. The government plans to increase employers' national insurance contributions from 13.8% to 15% and to lower the threshold from £9,100 to £5,000. This forces businesses to pay more sooner. Meanwhile, business rate relief for retail and hospitality will drop from 75% to 40%. Research shows that this will cause a 140% increase in rates,
with the average UK restaurant seeing costs rise from £5,051 to £12,122, a £7,000 hike that could force closures. These changes come on top of existing pressures caused by COVID, the war in Ukraine, and energy price inflation. A local business has shared the impact on their P&L. Freight costs up 126% since 2019. Raw materials rising 6%. Warehouse rents up 24% last year, with another 6% rise in 2024, and utility costs up 58% in 2023. Madam Deputy Speaker, businesses already stretched thin cannot absorb the additional costs this budget imposes. Piling on national insurance contributions, higher business rates, alongside steep minimum wage hikes, without supporting productivity and growth, is a recipe for disaster.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Of course I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. In painting this picture, which is a stark one, she hasn't mentioned the Employment Rights Bill, which is expected to impose particular burdens on hospitality businesses, including in High Street, and a total of £5 billion in addition to the measures in this budget.
My honourable friend makes an absolutely valid and important point, and I have restricted my comments today to the Finance Bill and the budget, but the Employment Rights Bill places significant additional pressures on these businesses, and thank you for raising these points. So for towns like Bognor, Regis and Littlehampton, where businesses already operate on razor-thin margins, these measures could be existential. Highly regarded local employers, including family-run SMEs like Temple Spa and Meridian Medical, are gravely concerned. Entrepreneurs like these take immense personal and financial risks to create jobs and support our economy. Yet this government treats them as an endless revenue source instead of engines for growth. The Chancellor's projections may work on paper, but they are disconnected from reality. Our high streets, SMEs and family businesses need support, not policies that make survival, let alone growth, harder. I urge the government to rethink its approach or take steps to mitigate the impact on our communities.
Jim Dickson.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this very important debate as we move to put the measures announced at the budget onto the statute books. But first, I'd like also to add my congratulations to my honourable friend, the member for South Derbyshire, for a superb maiden speech, demonstrating the commitment and expertise that we are lucky to have on these benches and that the House is lucky to have as a whole. I suspect, Madam Deputy Speaker, this wasn't the budget that my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds West and Pudsey, envisaged when she imagined her first as Chancellor, but it is the one that was needed once the economic inheritance this government has received became fully understood. This afternoon I want to touch upon the very difficult financial situation this government has inherited and what difference the measures announced in the budget will make for residents living in my constituency of Dartford. We should be very clear about what the inheritance for the party opposite was. An economy that over the past 14 years has seen productivity and wages flatlining, leaving British families significantly poorer than those in France and Germany. A country exposed to fossil fuel markets which led directly to the worst cost of living crisis and energy bills crisis in generations. And whatever they may like to say to wriggle out of this inestimable fact, the £22 billion black hole in the public finances with no plan to fix it. And actually, this is the worst part of it, Madam Deputy Speaker, unfeasible departmental spending targets stretching into future years. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, our response in terms of capital gains tax rises, air passenger duty, agricultural property relief, undoubtedly fall on those with the broadest shoulders and those most able to bear those increases in revenue. I'm happy to give way, yes.
So, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to clarify if the member believes that farmers making less, or on average, less than 45,000 a year and 25% making less than 20,000 a year are those with the broadest shoulders.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention. We're very clear. The numbers from the HMRC say very few of the sorts of farms that you are listing are affected. And actually, it said everything to me when we saw that the person leading the march a couple of weeks ago, last week was it, had actually boasted about the fact that he'd spent £4.25 million on a farm in order to avoid inheritance tax. So this was a budget to reset our finances after years of chaos, with difficult decisions, yes, but necessary ones. Ones we haven't dodged, unlike the previous government. This Labour government was elected to fix the foundations of our economy and begin to rebuild the public services that people across our country and my residents in Dartford, that I'm privileged to represent in this place, really need. The measures contained in this bill will rebalance the tax system, protecting working people and raising crucial revenue so desperately needed for our public services at a time when their performance, unfortunately, is at historic lows. What, Mr Speaker, does this budget mean for people living in Dartford, Swanscombe, Greenhithe and Ebbsfleet in my constituency? Well, people living across my constituency rely on their excellent District General Hospital at Darrant Valley, which is full of brilliant and hard-working staff who do their absolute best, but after 14 years of a government led by the party opposite, capacity in the hospital just hasn't kept up with need. Dartford Borough was the second fastest growing local authority area in the period covered by the last census, thanks largely to the development of Ebbsfleet Garden City, but investment in services have not kept up with the needs of a growing population. The more than £25 billion announced at the budget over 2 years for our health service will cut waiting times thanks to 40,000 extra elective appointments each week and the capacity for more than 30,000 additional procedures. Thanks to the new homes in Ebbsfleet and across Dartford, we're also becoming a much younger constituency as younger couples settle in our community and start families. We warmly welcome these new residents, and I'm confident they will welcome the Chancellor's decision to increase the core schools budget by more than £2 billion a year, meaning the recruitment of 6,500 teachers, and the additional £1 billion investment addressing the broken system of special educational needs education in Dartford and across our country. And it really is incumbent upon the party opposite to say if they disapprove of the revenue-raising measures in the budget, which bit of that extra investment would they cut? I'm afraid we are back to magic money tree economics, and we heard that very clearly from the Right Honourable Member, the Shadow Chancellor. So all these things form part of our manifesto commitment to break down the barriers to opportunity, of which there sadly remain far too many. Finally, and perhaps most importantly for the long-term prospects of our country, I hope the whole House will support the government's strong focus on boosting public investment by over £100 billion over the next 5 years. This is somewhere we have been sadly lacking compared to our international competitors, and that announcement has been enhanced further by the Chancellor's Mansion House speech, in which there were proposals to unlock the power of our pension funds to invest in our country. So, with that environment and that background, it would be remiss of me at this point not to mention one project which honourable members across the chamber may remember me describing in contributions previously as shovel-ready. The proposed new Lower Thames crossing is crucial to unlocking the growth that the new government is seeking both in the south east but also beyond, and could be started very quickly with much of the preparatory work already having been undertaken. It would create jobs and unlock investment across the Thames estuary, addressing the largest traffic bottleneck in the UK and allow freight to move much more easily from ports in the south east to destinations across the country. I'll end as I began. I want to recognise that these are difficult decisions and that they will not be welcomed by all, but that we must not duck the tough choices needed to restore the foundations of economic stability in our country and our public services. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Graham Stuart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate. But let's just travel back in time a moment to those halcyon days for the Labour Party, so confidently predicting victory in the election, so far ahead in the opinion polls, and so clear on the prospectus that they lay before the British people. They had a fully funded, fully costed programme. When the now Chancellor was challenged about whether she knew the full insight into the public finance, she assured the interviewer, if I recall correctly, Madam Deputy Speaker, that absolutely that she did. And therefore, people could rely on the cast iron promise that all those members opposite stood on, that they wouldn't be raising national insurance, they wouldn't be raising income tax, they would protect farmers, and they would not cut pensioners' benefits. That was the promise. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's better than that. It's not just that they weren't going to bring in all these taxes, they were going to make growth. Their number one mission for a mission-led government. So for those who feared a return to the sort of socialist, job-destroying, enterprise-wrecking past, they could be reassured. This was a moderate party that had put the Right Honourable Member for Islington North well behind. No matter how many of their members had said he was a great friend and would make a great Prime Minister, they had changed their mind. There was a moderate promise. And it was in that guise, not only, I would say to the House, that members of the public were brought to believe in the Labour mission and what they could bring for the country. But imagine the members opposite, the people who were selected for the Labour Party, who came in, not into Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party, but into this Labour Party of enterprise, of protecting workers, of encouraging a low-tax system, but doing so in a way which nonetheless would prioritise the health care system, special educational needs children, and the like. That was the promise. And it beguiled not just many people in the country, not that many, as only 34% of people did actually vote Labour, but nonetheless enough. But imagine what it is like, and I say this to members on this side of the House, I say, imagine what it was like to come in, to be part of that fantastic crew, hundreds and hundreds of Labour MPs to come in this place to deliver that manifesto, Madam Deputy Speaker. And where are we now? At the historic second reading of the finance bill, of the central policy measures of this new government. Where are they? They have been humiliated in the budget debate as one after another repeated their rote words. It was the most intellectually empty budget debate I've ever taken part in, as I listened to member after member opposite trot out their 14 years of chaos, their 22 billion black hole. So it would be entirely wrong for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, given how few members there are on the opposite side of this chamber prepared to defend this budget, if I didn't now give way to one of them. I give way to the Honourable Member.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member for finally giving way. I wonder if he might also use the opportunity to reflect on the economic record of the past government, which saw the highest interest rates and inflation through the roof, which affected people's pockets and their ability to be able to get on in life. Will he also perhaps reflect on the fact that his party lost the election, and perhaps he might show some humility?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. I mean, I'm happy to do so, although it is worth pointing out that we are supposed to reflect today on the actual proposals put forward by the government of which she is now a member. But she's right to highlight our economic record, and it doesn't, I don't think we on this side, I've got criticism of this side, I don't think we do enough to talk about it. Because who grew but from 2010 to 2024? Which economies in Europe grew most? Was it Germany or the UK? Oh, it was the UK. Was it France or the UK? Oh, no, it was the UK. Which country in Europe created 4 million more jobs, took the horrible scar of youth unemployment, which was a permanent feature, even in the good years prior to the crash, for those interested in the history of employment, stayed horribly high with that long-term scarring impact on young people. The Labour government, all that was turned around. People who were paying tax at 6,500 when Labour left power, that was lifted to 12,500. So they may be decrying and disowning their part in the coalition, but the Liberal Democrats should have some pride of what we were able to do together. We inherited an economic basket case. We brought discipline back, but while we were fixing the foundations, we didn't lose sight of the fact that we knew where the wealth comes from. It comes from the private sector, not the public sector. You must ensure it's those small shops, it's those restaurants, it's all those other businesses that this country relies on for its wealth. And one by one, this budget goes down and damages each and every one of them. It's looked around for targets, the broad shoulders for the socialist envy to vent itself on. What better than these landowners? So it focuses on people about practically, I would have thought, I'm not an expert on every area of economic life of this country, but if you looked across the entire economy and you tried to find people in private enterprise using their own assets, where else would people have millions of pounds in assets and be prepared to get a 1% return on it, keep that up year after year, simply in order to feed the nation as part of a pact, a compact between government, between the whole of this country and those people, prepared to do that and feed us while asking so little in return? Of all the groups in this society to attack, attacking farmers is one of the most retrograde and regrettable. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. As he knows, I worked for a charity for 6 years, or a decade, as the Chancellor of the Exchequer likes to call it. Would he like to reflect on the damage done to charities by the budget of this government? Charities who are in a squeeze, and the current government has squeezed further through its decisions, both employment rights and also through taxation in the budget.
Well, I thank my honourable friend. We have a kind of socialist envy and attack on misguided targets from children with special educational needs in private schools are going to be pulled out mid-year because their families can't afford it. That's not the intent. That's not what not only did they want to stand on an honest prospectus, but that's not, I'm sure, what honourable members opposite wanted, but that's what's happening. It is exactly what is happening to those people. But my honourable friend is right to point out that it's not just about having a class-based assault on people who don't deserve to be assaulted. It's also sheer ineptitude. And you look at the 22 billion for the NHS. Why so little for social care? Surely even members opposite, however green and new to the House, must be aware that the NHS depends on social care system, and yet it has an increase because of NICs and the minimum wage, costs going up by around 2.5 billion, and it's getting 600 million. So they are going to be affected. Hospices are being affected. Small charities are being affected.
I'd just like to remind the right honourable gentleman, and indeed all other honourable members, that this is specifically the Finance Bill second reading. We are not having a general debate on the budget.
I'm extremely grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your guidance, and I will try not to refer too much to the NIC's impact because we will have that opportunity next Tuesday. But nonetheless, my honourable friend is right to talk about the impact of this budget overall and the fact that hospices, charities. I met with Exchequer, which is a large provider, not-for-profit provider of social care homes and in-home care. Met with the chief executive yesterday. It's a brilliant organisation. It has made real progress over the last few years, finally managed to make a surplus last year so that it can pay its staff more than the minimum wage, so it can invest in its stock. Now it is facing a £3.5 million on their 40 million turnover impact as a result of this budget and this finance bill. Not only farmers, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've already touched on in the debate oil and gas. And it's, as the former energy minister, the net zero minister, it always struck me as absurd to be looking at the production of oil and gas rather than the consumption. It's the consumption that's the problem. We must change our factories, our vehicles, our buildings, so they no longer need oil and gas if we're to move away from them. Attacking the production, when in fact it's driven by demand, is the wrong end. And in this case, we have the Labour government putting up the EPL in this measure, on top of refusing to issue new licences. And the net effect of this, notwithstanding the Liberal Democrats saying that they support this policy, I don't know why or how they can do so, because I'll give way to the Honourable Lady in a moment, but what the effect it has is it doesn't make the slightest difference to how much we consume, but it means we import more from abroad. And those imports have in the case of LNG 4 times higher the embedded emissions of domestically produced product. So you're going to bring it in from places which are less careful than we are in the production of it. You're going to lose tens of thousands of jobs, £13 billion of tax revenue, and you're going to lose the engineering expertise and the companies that you need for the transition. There is literally no way to make this make sense, and I hope the Honourable Lady will now do a U-turn and see the logic of this argument.
I will resist that invitation. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Honourable Gentleman understand the nature of a windfall tax, which is a windfall tax raises money on the windfall that that sector was not expecting? We know the big oil and gas giants set their investment plans based on the profits that they were expecting, but clearly they raised a lot more money because of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and windfall taxes have been placed on those big oil and gas giants for the profits over and above what they were expecting to receive.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady. She didn't actually refer to what the measure here. I know it's the Liberal Democrat policy to have a windfall tax on anyone who doesn't sound popular, big banks, big tech, oil and gas. That's their answer to anyone who says, how would you do it? They trot that out and they lose not a single vote, because it's the very definition of not taking a tough choice to just suggest there's easy money. The measure here, which the Honourable Lady specifically said she supported, is not a windfall tax. It is a further tax in tandem with the removal of any new licences, which effectively destroys investment in the North Sea. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would point to Apache, who are saying they're looking to withdraw by 2029, 500 jobs, Harbour, JAPEX, Chevron, just to name a few. They're pulling out. There is no saving environmentally, and there's all that tax, all that jobs, and all that expertise, exactly what we need for carbon capture, for hydrogen, for the green economy. It is utterly insane. And the reason I can believe that there are so few Labour members opposite, and I watched them in the budget coming in full of cherry-cheeked enthusiasm, reading out their whip-prepared rote remarks about the disaster left behind, which, as we know, was the fastest-growing economy in the G7, inflation at target, debt coming down, the economy coming up. And they are not all mad socialist loons, Madam Deputy Speaker. And day by day, you can see the spirit. You can see it in the tea room. You can meet them in the corridors as they realise that the front bench that they have, that the deceit that was practised not only on the people in their name, but actually on them, is coming home to roost. And that if you pour all the money, the £22 billion into the NHS, is in the next year, and then we're to believe, and it's in these figures, we're then to believe that public services are going to rise by, 1.3%, 1.4%? Is it for the rest of the period up to the next general election? Is that credible? It isn't credible, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think honourable members opposite know that, and that is why they are signalled by their absence, as they realise, as we do, that this finance bill and that budget is ruinous for this country, and my right honourable friend was absolutely right to say, as he did, that it makes this country more vulnerable to the shocks which may and most likely will come, and it will be that party opposite which owns the mistakes which are being sown today.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow on from the member for South Derbyshire that gave a wonderful maiden speech. I'm sure her daughter Lillian will look on her as a lovely role model as she moves forward. Earlier this month, we witnessed a historic moment with the first ever female Chancellor delivering the government's budget, a comprehensive plan designed to support working people, rebuild our economy and bring fiscal responsibility back to the heart of government. The budget delivered a plan for recovery, a plan to undo the damage left by the previous government, and most importantly, a plan that will benefit the people of Halesowen and the wider community. But let's be clear, this government inherited a dire financial situation. It's true, £22 billion. The Chancellor exposed a £22 billion black hole left by the previous government and a series of undeliverable promises that the Conservatives knew that they would never have to keep. The last government knew they had no money to deliver their agenda, yet they concealed the truth from the British people, leaving the incoming government to pick up the pieces. The budget was about sorting it out, and we are committed to doing just that. Our economy faces multiple challenges: high debt, underfunded public services, and rising youth unemployment. But the true cost of the past 14 years is felt most acutely by the people who have been left behind. In Halesowen, I hear from residents every day. People have been waiting weeks for doctor's appointments, people who were forced to travel miles to receive health care, and people who are completely unable to access their NHS dentist. 14 years of cuts have left our NHS in crisis, and no matter your political affiliation, no one can deny the challenges our health service faces. But it's not just in healthcare. Our schools, our roads, our railways, all of this infrastructure has suffered from years of underinvestment. Our public services are falling apart, and I will give way.
Extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman. I just gently point out, it is tempting, as previous colleagues of his were prepared to do, but they aren't prepared to do mostly today, to read out the rote stuff that's given to them. But there was never a reduction in the NHS spend. In real terms, it went up in every single year. So if there's a belief that the NHS can be magically turned around by having above inflation increases in spending alone, I can assure the honourable gentleman that's not true, because we did it every year and it's still got demand going beyond the resource.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his intervention. He will notice that we reached record NHS waiting lists under the last government, with more than 7 million people waiting. Many people in my constituency waiting over 2 years. So if he thinks the investment was enough by the last government in the NHS, he is completely wrong.
What were you doing for 14 years?
Our roads are literally crumbling. Working families are struggling, and the hope of upward mobility is slipping further out of reach. We cannot let this continue. The government has faced what the IFS described as a genuinely difficult inheritance. The truth is, the last 14 years can be described at best as a period of managed decline, or at worst as willful neglect. The last government will be characterised as an administration which allowed services to erode and future generations to be abandoned. We must take a different approach and offer real change. We are not pretending the work ahead will be easy, but we will be determined to rebuild and restore. A key part of this recovery is investing in our most vital public services, especially the NHS, which cannot simply survive on goodwill alone. The budget commits to injecting much-needed funds into our healthcare system, securing a lifeline for the NHS that will allow it to begin this recovery. And the budget is also about presenting an offer to working people who have been neglected for so many years. A rise in the minimum wage to boost living standards of 3 million low-paid workers, NHS funding to support 2 million more operations, scans and appointments every year, fuel duty frozen for another year, providing relief to drivers and families, a £500 million investment to fund the construction of 5,000 more social homes, a significant increase in the carers' allowance earnings limit, because those who care for our loved ones deserve our support, and a crackdown on tax avoidance, fraud and waste, ensuring that the super wealthy pay their fair share of tax. The decisions in the budget, though some difficult in the short term, are the right ones for the long-term good of our country. And this is a finance bill that prioritises public services and working people without raising taxes on the majority. And it's about restoring fairness, rebuilding trust, and setting the country on a new path towards growth. It is also important to remember that the fiscal responsibility is central to this government's approach. The IFS have praised the soundness of our fiscal rules, ensuring our efforts to drive growth are sustainable and that the public finances remain on a stable footing. Changing the fiscal rule to allow more investment is both sensible and necessary, and this investment will boost long-term growth. The bill is not just about recovery, it is about securing a prosperous future. In my constituency, businesses in Halesowen have been struggling, especially on our high streets where we have seen many forced to close their doors in recent years. And I've heard the concerns of small business owners and concerns shared by the Black Country Chamber of Commerce. But I'm pleased to see that the Chancellor's plans include support to high street businesses, including business rates reform, which will give local shops a chance to compete against tax-avoiding multinationals.
I would be happy to give way. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think he's making an excellent speech highlighting a whole series of important points. I just wondered if he was going to come on to the point about the cut in beer duty. I know there are a number of famous breweries in his area, and this is an important measure in many brewing towns, such as Lola. It's an important point for many brewing towns and many small businesses who are in that sector. I have a number of SMEs in my own constituency who benefit from this, and indeed pubs. And I wonder if he wants to welcome this measure, and as well as the very important measures he mentioned about small businesses in town centres.
I would thank the member for his intervention, and absolutely I welcome the 1p reduction in tax on beer. And I've spoken to many businesses in the hospitality sector, many pubs in my constituency, who are happy and will like to see this increase the footfall into our town centres and into their businesses. I am also delighted that the budget confirmed £20 million of investment in the redevelopment of Hayden Hill Leisure Centre in Cradley Heath in my constituency, and £20 million of investment in Halesowen Town Centre, so we can put more money into redeveloping what is becoming a difficult area. This is a bill that ensures local assets that serve the community are protected and enhanced. The bill marks a turning point for our country. It lays the groundwork for a better future. It is a plan that protects our public services, supports working people, and puts the economy on a sustainable path. I fully support this bill. For Halesowen and beyond, it delivers hope, invests in communities, and fixes the foundations of the economy so we can deliver the change the country voted for.
Hear, hear.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to highlight why I think this finance bill is bad news for my constituency of Woking. And I want to talk about local government. In the budget, the government announced an extra £1.3 billion for local authorities. That might sound good, but that reality is stark. Inflation, rising wages, increased demand for services means councils are facing a £6.2 billion funding gap over the next 2 years. By failing to adequately fund councils in this budget and this finance bill, this government is pushing some councils to the brink of bankruptcy. In my area of Woking, it's even worse. Our local authority has already gone bankrupt. Woking Borough Council is carrying £2.1 billion worth of debt in a two-tier small authority. You can guess, members opposite, which political party ran that at the time, the Conservatives. It's an eye-watering figure, £2.1 billion, that taxpayers should never be in a position to foot that bill. They're going to have to shoulder that. But as part of the government intervention in Woking, Woking Borough Council is going to be selling a lot of its assets to try to pay off that debt. But at current values, its assets are worth £1 billion. That is a huge gap. It's in massive negative equity. And that's what I wanted to highlight with this finance bill. The government likes to talk about a £22 billion black hole, but I fear the black hole is worse than they realise. They need to look at local government bad debt. They need to look at debt that is off the balance sheet. So I'd urge the government and the minister to look at that to ensure they understand these issues. It is quite possible my local authority alone will not repay £1 billion worth of debt that this finance bill is based on the assumption it will repay. One local authority for one constituency out of 650 members here. This finance bill, I think, is making mistakes, but if it's built on those foundations of a mistake, I think it could be even worse. One way for my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, to get out of this mess that we've inherited is for us to grow as a town, so that our economy grows and improves. But I worry this budget and this finance bill undermines that it goes after small businesses, which are the lifeblood of my high street and my community. In particular, increasing the rate of alcohol duty, which will hit the small brewery, Thurston Brewery, in my constituency. So I'm really concerned about that as well. Like many of my constituents, I use the bus all the time. So do many of my constituents and neighbours in Woking. Buses are a lifeline for us. The £2 bus fare cap was really helpful in the time of the cost of living and got people back using the buses after the COVID pandemic. But now the government is scrapping it. A resident from Knapp Hill told me the rise is concerning. With a £1 increase each way, it will put even more strain on people like me. That's an extra £500 a year for someone commuting by bus every day. That is a huge burden at the time when households and families in my constituency and other constituencies are struggling. Buses aren't just a convenience or a luxury. They're the backbone of local economies, connecting people to work, to school, to colleges, to shops and to healthcare. If this government is serious about economic growth, it should be investing in buses, not hitting passengers. That is effectively a bus tax. That bus tax is on working people, and in their election campaign, Labour promised not to increase taxes on workers, but this budget and finance bill does just that. At a time when people are facing the worst cost of living crisis in decades, this finance bill increases the tax burden on everyone. The Liberal Democrat manifesto and our reasoned amendment showed that there is a fairer way. We propose bold plans to properly fund the NHS, social care and other public services by asking big banks, oil and gas giants and big tech companies to pay their fair share. It was ambitious, and that's what this country needs. But Labour's budget doesn't come close. This finance bill doesn't go far enough to protect people and the services that they rely on. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government needs to get its priorities right. We are against this bill because it did not effectively tackle the crisis in social care. It reverses cuts to winter fuel support and support people with the cost of living crisis, and ultimately brought in a shocking tax on education. Woking deserves better. This country deserves better.
Tim Roca.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my honourable friend from South Derbyshire on a phenomenal maiden speech. She's already proven to be a powerful advocate for her constituents in this place. This finance bill is a necessary corollary, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the budget. And it's the beginning of a process that a new Labour government is undergoing of rebuilding the foundations of our country after an incredibly poor inheritance from the predecessor government. And I've been quite shocked, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear with what joy members opposite have been speaking of the phenomenal economy that they left the country before. An economy where wage growth had flatlined to the lowest level since the Napoleonic Wars, leaving households £10,000 worse off per person, where trade had fallen by 15% in comparison to our neighbours, where the national debt had gone from 64% in 2010 to 96% just before the pandemic. Because I know they love blaming the pandemic for everything. Things were pretty bad before the pandemic, actually. And of course, that's the heart of the problem, is that they lack credibility. In 2010, the member for Beverley and Holderness would have stood on a manifesto saying they were going to eliminate the deficit by the end of the Parliament. In 2015, he'll have stood on a manifesto saying they were going to end the deficit by the end of the Parliament. In 2017, he will have stood on a manifesto again saying they were going to eliminate the deficit by the end of the Parliament. And in 2019, he and his colleagues decided to give up entirely on tackling the national debt, one of the many things that we're having to tackle here, Madam Deputy Speaker. And of course, that was the more rational end of the previous 14 years. 7 chancellors in 14 years, by the way. That was the more rational end of that government, because we did have the blip, and I don't think they don't like talking about it, where one of their chancellors stood up with the backing of a Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and promised £45 billion worth of unfunded tax cuts, 2% of GDP. And so I'm fairly incredulous, actually, that they were talking about gilts earlier. Gilts moved more in 1 week under Liz Truss than in a whole year on average. There is no comparison.
Biggest spike in the 21st.
The honourable gentleman was in here when I made the comment. Please, can members return to debating the finance bill rather than a wider context on the budget?
Madam Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, I tried to intervene on the honourable gentleman a number of times and he wouldn't give way, so I felt I had to squeeze in a couple of those points before getting to it. And of course, this finance bill does, you're quite right, Madam Deputy Speaker, include many important measures that I support. I think the freeze on fuel duty is an important and welcome decision by the Chancellor. And the stealth tax that the Conservatives imposed on the country of freezing thresholds on income tax is, of course, something the Chancellor has rightly committed to change in 2028. And, of course, we will still, despite all these changes, and it is a revenue-raising budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, have CGT and corporation tax rates that are very competitive with our G7 colleagues. And my constituency needs this budget because it needs stability, it needs the investment that this budget will bring, and that investment is absolutely crucial because the legacy that I talked about earlier spanned a number of areas, but one of those areas was a lack of public investment. The IPPR says that we are nearly £500 billion £500 billion less was invested in the public sector than comparable economies. And you can see it, Madam Deputy Speaker. You can see it in our public services, you can see it in our hospitals, you can see it in our schools. And so this budget is about choices, and it is a difficult budget. It's not a perfect budget because of the inheritance. You have to deal with the facts. And I know again, it was disagreed with, but if you don't agree with the revenue-raising measures but you agree with the spending, you have to say what you would have increased. And just gently to my Liberal Democrat colleagues who have found other sources of income, the IFS effectively said that their plans for raising income elsewhere had no real credibility. So this is a difficult budget, but it's the beginning of plotting a course for our country that will, Madam Deputy Speaker, set us on a course to stability, economic growth, investment in our public services, and that is what my constituents very much hope will be the legacy. Thank you.
Damian Hinds.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a very, very long-standing principle observed all but universally around the world that you don't tax education. You don't tax it because it is a public good. Now, for some families, independent education caters to needs that the state simply doesn't, as is the case, for example, with schools in the music and dance scheme or with certain faith communities. In some cases, the family chooses an independent school because of the special needs that their child has, or just because, for whatever reason, that was the place where their child could be happy. But whatever the circumstances, whatever the reason, we believe in the principle, indeed in the sanctity of the principle of parental choice. There are many places around the world that recognise the value of that choice in the tax system. This country is not one of them. There is no tax break for using independent education. Everybody contributes towards... Does someone want to intervene? I'd love to hear it.
Please explain the tax.
I'll happily intervene. Thank you very much to the member for allowing me to intervene, or indeed inviting me to. Can I just remind him that the IFS has confirmed that there is enough capacity in the state sector for the transfer of pupils and on the point of special educational needs.
But Right Honourable Member will know full well that it is me to decide if the Honourable Lady's intervention is too long.
And the member may also recognise that the government has been clear that the cases where there is special educational needs being met in the private sector, the VAT will not apply.
Well, on 3 counts, I'm afraid that is incorrect. First of all, it does not cover everybody with special needs at a private school. Secondly, the IFS have not said there is ample space in state schools, nor could they possibly know. And third, and most importantly, the point on which I was being heckled was I was inviting somebody to make the point on the record was a completely different one. It was the point that by using independent education in this country, unlike quite a large number of other countries, there is no tax break. Everybody contributes towards state education through general taxation, and if you take up a private school place instead, that contribution does not reduce. Now, in the modelling that goes with the finance bill, the government says they expect around just a little over £1.5 billion to be raised from this measure in maturity. Now, we don't know the detail of the modelling. We don't know how robust the analysis is. I do agree intuitively with the government, with the Treasury, that a small part of the effect and a small will be felt immediately in January. The effect will start really from September 2025 and will be felt gradually over time. through a number of children, some number of children leaving the independent sector, but probably the bigger effect will be on those not starting in the first place or not starting the next phase of education. I'm not totally clear from what the Treasury have published whether it factors in all the effects of the change. Obviously, it does factor in those directly priced out of the independent sector. But what about those who are indirectly displaced because they were at a school where a number of other families were priced out and the school had to close? And does it factor in the higher number of education, health and care plan applications there will be and the much higher than average per place cost that will bring to the state for those displaced? I'm also not clear if the Treasury analysis really looks at all the effects on independent education cumulatively. Yes, there is the VAT, which is in the finance bill, but there are also a number of other measures happening this year which materially affect the cost base of independent schools and are likely to be reflected in fees, including the increased contribution to the teacher pension scheme, the business rates, which affects about half of independent schools, and of course, as with so many other sectors, the massive hike in employer national insurance contributions. All of those are transfers from the independent state sector into the Exchequer. And so the real increase in the cost base for that sector is going to be considerably more than 20% over the course of the year. And I would love to know from the Minister, in her summing up, what assumption they made on the total average price increase. Now, whatever it was, they calculate, they believe that 37,000 children in maturity will be displaced from the independent sector, and of those 35,000 will go to the state sector. And ministers say, oh, well, don't worry. And in fact, the Honourable Lady just suggested that a third party had said this as well. Yeah. Don't worry, because there are loads of places available in the state sector. In fact, the Exchequer Secretary in his opening said it again. He said it was only 0.5% of the total population in state schools. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is useless there being places available in primary schools in inner London if that is not where and not the age group from which people are leaving the independent sector. It will be a very, very uneven effect geographically across the country, and it is concentrated largely in secondary schools and in sixth forms. And there are plenty of places where even a small number of children being displaced from one sector to the other could have a big effect on the state school system in that area. And so I would like to ask the Minister what discussion she and other ministers have had with her colleagues and with councils in places like Salford and Stockport and Sale and Bury and Bedford and Bristol, and I could name considerably more. What contingency plans are there? The gentleman shakes his head. I take it that means he has not had those conversations. What contingency plans are there? Well, if you'd like to intervene, I'm happy. What contingency plans are in place for September if the displacement is greater than anticipated? And we know the money will follow the pupil if more pupils turn up in the state sector, but what we have not heard is that that money is coming out of general Exchequer receipts. In other words, that the DfE is not going to be expected to find that money from elsewhere in its own budget. And ditto, what are the contingency plans and what is the capital set aside if extra capital funding is needed as well? As well as displacement of pupils, there is also potential displacement of teachers, as we have heard from the unions. So, for example, I will now happily give way.
As the right honourable gentleman encouraged me to give way, I would agree with him that there is going to be a movement of teachers, a movement from teachers from the private sector back to the state sector. As a former teacher myself, I know a number of former colleagues who left the state sector because of the failings of the last Conservative government, who are only considering going back into state education because of the hope that a new Labour government have given them.
We shall see. He will know as a teacher that teachers move between the state sector and the independent sector all the time. They move in both directions, by the way. But that is not what the union in question was talking about. ASCL, the Association of School and College Leaders, was talking about the fact that this is being done mid-year, carried a risk of redundancies and potentially the permanent loss of teachers to the profession. Now, members opposite, and the gentleman is one of them, frequently like to say to us on this side, well, you have to choose. Are you on the side of the many or the few? Are you with the 94% or the 6%? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we refuse to choose. It is not a question of do you care about the 94% or do you care about the 6%. We care about the 100%, all of the children. Now, it is definitely true and right that at the Department for Education, this was true when I was a minister there, of course you spend way more than 94% of your time and effort on the state sector. And in our time in government between 2010 and 2024, it paid off with huge results, supporting our brilliant teachers in the great work that they did, seeing our results going up from 27th in the world for maths to 11th, from 25th to 13th on reading, with the best primary school readers in the Western world, free school meal eligible children 50% more likely to go on to university, and the number of schools rated less than good down from 1 in 3 to less than 1 in 10. And that was through supporting teachers and through academy trusts, through a broad knowledge-rich curriculum, and through the propagation, the spread, school to school and teach to teacher of proven methods like maths mastery and synthetic phonics. And yes, it does also need money. And the per pupil funding under the last government was higher than it was under the previous Labour government. It was about the middle of the range in terms of cash per child among the G7 nations, and as a proportion of national income, the highest among the G7 nations. And yes, of course, you have to keep increasing the funding, the resourcing that you put into our key services, and none more so than education. But we, Madam Deputy Speaker, we did that as a priority from general taxation, not by taking it from another part of the wider education system. And I repeat, you do not have to choose. They are all the children.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He mentioned education spending. I just think to clarify that it all came from general taxation. Was my understanding of the figures he's just quoted included the student loan system as well? Okay.
The figures I quoted, if he's talking about the OECD figures, are for primary, secondary and college-based education in the state sector. But I'm grateful to him anyway. Let me be clear as an aside. When members opposite talk about the 6% in the same tone that they sometimes talk about the 1%, I think they think that they're about to sort of top all the tops, so they're going to create some sort of great victory in the class war. They aren't. Madam Deputy Speaker, Eton College isn't going to miss a heartbeat over this measure. The schools that will be hit, the schools and the pupils that will be hit, will be the smaller town schools, the ones who are significant employers locally, who are a big part of the local community. They don't have big endowments. They do have pretty thin margins. Schools that cater to children with special educational needs will be hit. Denominational schools will be hit. Now, there have been some concessions from the government, and they're not the most massive concessions in the world, but they're not nothing either, and we should acknowledge them, and I thank them for them. The first is on the music and dance scheme, with extra help for families with children at those schools, albeit that the concession only benefits a little less than half of the total number of families in what is anyway a means-tested scheme, and their confirmation that CATS, Centres for Advanced Training, will be exempt, and also what they've done, or what they are going to do, on the continuity of educational allowance. We need to ensure that those mitigations are comprehensive, more comprehensive than they are now, and that they become permanent. Of course, we'd prefer them to drop this measure altogether, to not be the international outlier taxing education. But if they are determined to bulldoze on, then we must have key changes at committee. We must have exemption for all children with an EHCP, not only if it specifies that individual school, but all of them, and children on SEN support, and those who are currently applying for an EHCP. We must have exempted schools with fees that are lower than the average charged in the state sector, and we must have exemptions for religious denominations where there is no faith school provision in the state sector. And by the way, I do not at all accept the notion that ministers have said at that dispatch box that members of religious faith communities are not discriminated against in this measure. It may well be that as a whole, people with a faith are not discriminated against more than others, because the vast majority of people of religious faith are, of course, in the state sector anyway, where there are plenty of Catholic schools, Anglican schools and other denominational schools. But I just don't think it is credible in the slightest to claim that there is no discrimination, that the effect will not be felt much more strongly by members of certain traditions within Judaism, Christianity and Islam. And we also, Madam Deputy Speaker, need key postponements. Children who are already in public exam years or the year before public exams cannot have their education disrupted in that way, particularly when in moving schools, the school you go to may not even offer the same GCSEs or A-levels, the same exam board or the same syllabus. And the postponement with the widest significance of all, the government, for all good reasons, including simple practical reasons, must at least postpone the incidence of this in areas where state schools are already full or almost full at that stage of education. Because the biggest effect of all of this divisive, destructive tax attack will be on state schools, and it will be felt in class sizes and ultimately in all parents' ability to get the preferred choice of school for their child.
Lola McEvoy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to pay tribute to the members opposite for really embracing their role in opposition. They're throwing their whole hearts into it, and it is wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see you there in your rightful place, and long may it continue. So, I'm the member for Darlington, where a quarter of the Treasury is based, and my wonderful hometown is filled with people from all walks of life. We share a unifying belief that despite our rich railway heritage, we don't like to be taken for a ride. The coalition of people who elected me were made up from every part of the town. People working 2 jobs, worried about how they could keep their children fed, right across to people earning 6 figures who voted Labour for the first time because they were worried about the lack of opportunities for their children to succeed. This coalition of people lead very different lives but agree completely on their reasons for voting Labour. Their reason was the same up and down as those up and down the country who voted Labour for the first time, in droves. Their reason was because the party opposite had crashed our economy, stifled growth, and they were all worse off because of it. As a member of the prestigious Treasury Select Committee, I'm privileged to hear the views of the top economic leaders in our country. Their advice is clear. Growth requires economic stability. Investment requires economic stability, and this finance bill will deliver economic stability. Our Labour government was elected to offer industry and the markets assurances they need that Britain is back in business. This bill does just that. Our Labour government was elected to make sure that people in every corner of the country can be better off. This finance bill will create the conditions to do just that. Our Labour government was elected to get our children's future back, a future that they can be excited about, with a life filled with opportunities, prosperity and public services that work when they need them. This bill is essential to deliver just that. I am proud to stand here to champion this bill, which will create the conditions for long-term investment in my area. The huge amount of investment from big business that this government has crowded in already is testament to the fantastic reputation our country has on the global stage, a reputation that the last 3 Prime Ministers very nearly destroyed. While the party opposite chopped and changed their leaders, their chancellors and their policies, the markets, business leaders and global investors stepped back. They watched and they waited to see if the new Prime Minister knew what they were doing. They watched and waited to see if the next new Prime Minister had the backing of their own colleagues. They watched and waited to see as the new Prime Minister had a long-term vision for the country. But scandal and disastrous scandal after scandal led them to lose confidence.
Really, the Honourable Lady should sit when I'm on my feet. This really needs to be a debate about the finance bill, not other matters, and certainly not a general debate on the budget again. Lola McEvoy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, the disastrous scandal after scandal led them to lose confidence. They stopped answering the phone to the party opposite. Industry ghosted them, and then the country rejected them. But on the finance bill, not 100 days into this new Labour government, and Britain is back open for business with billions of investments in green technology, new nuclear, solar and hydrogen projects given the go-ahead, and a whopping 63 billion of private investment crowded in. Tough choices were taken to fix the foundations and stabilise the economy, choices that were only necessary because of the incompetence, inertia and willful ignorance of the last government. To govern is to choose, and I am proud to have chosen to stabilise the economy, to invest in net zero and energy independence, to balance the books and to begin to rebuild our public services. all in the service of working people. This House will pass this bill, the economy will be stabilised, and every corner of our great country will be better off, not a moment too soon.
Doogan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to have an opportunity to speak to this bill. I would have thought it would have been a pleasure enjoyed by many more people on the government benches. Last time I checked, it's a while since I've been at university, but the finance bill and the budget that it depends on is quite an important piece of legislation with which to have your constituents' views heard, and it's scandalous how quiet the government's benches are. I think we're going to get in the order of 8 Labour speeches today, which is just unbelievable. If one was a unionist, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm not a unionist, was that an intervention? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. This would be an opportunity. The government had an opportunity with the mandate that they had to create a budget for change, but this is a budget that will leave millions worse off. The budget last month had some moments of cheer in it, and I'll touch on them now because it won't take long. There is a scope within the finance bill for increased investment. The SNP called for that. There is scope within the budget for increased funding for the NHS all across the United Kingdom, again, which the SNP called for, and it's welcome to see it. And tackling the most elite of all the elites, the nom-doms, is welcome too, as is the ambition to tackle the scourge of vapes. But thereafter, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're into serious difficulty. And I'll start with clauses 15 to 18 in the bill. A further and final attack on North Sea oil and gas, on Scotland's natural endowment. The UK has drawn billions, hundreds of billions of pounds from the North Sea over the course of my lifetime, the last 50 years. And it's almost as though they're addicted to it, so much so they're going to kill the goose that lays the golden egg. They're hiking taxes, eroding allowances and driving investment from the North Sea in the businesses that are precisely the ones that we need to drive the just transition to net zero in the places that we need them. What other state would attack one of their own industries in this way? It beggars belief, and it will come home to roost in spades, and it will not shift the dial towards the net zero future that we're trying to get to one bit. The oil and gas that is being displaced from the Scottish sector by this government's ineptitude will be replaced by oil and gas from other jurisdictions where the tax will be paid and where doubtless human rights are very much worse. Moving to clause 61 on the universally detested provisions for agricultural property relief. It's simply unbelievable the way this government has manipulated the figures to justify this mendacious attack on one of the most noble professions anywhere in the world, and certainly across these islands. The idea that 70% of farms will not be affected by this, and the fact that the government habitually quote a circumstance where 2 parents bequeath a farm at the same time, which almost never happens, shows that they know themselves, Madam Deputy Speaker, they're on shaky ground. If the problem is non-farming enterprises investing in tax-efficient ways in the purchase of agricultural land, well then tax that. That is what the government should have had the bravery to do. There is no material enrichment from inheriting the family farm. Other members today have talked about the return on capital employed in farming being miserably low. It's as much a vocation as it is an employment, and we should not ever forget that the product of what they do feeds us all. It's ridiculous, single-minded, myopic nonsense from another dysfunctional, fiscally incompetent Labour government which wouldn't know what way up was if somebody didn't point it out to them. And add to that, because they are a business, add to that the imposition that's across the economy of the increase in employers' national insurance charges. And if that wasn't enough, they've stuck the boot in on 4-door pickups, turning them into, for taxation purposes, into family cars. These are the backbone of the agricultural economy, but nothing, it seems, for this Labour government is off limits when it comes to sticking the boot agriculture. And what government seriously takes on the people that produce our food? And let me just remind the government, because I'm guessing, but I'm pretty certain they won't know, malting barley is the prime ingredient in the Scotch whisky industry, which produces, again, billions for the UK Exchequer. I'm very happy to give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. On Scotch whisky industry, does he agree with me that also increasing the levy by 3.65%, making a bottle of whisky now have £12 of tax before it's even sort of out through the door, is also another attack on one of Scottish Main's industries?
I couldn't agree more with the honourable member. It's absolutely that, and I'm going to touch on that just a little bit later. Madam Deputy Speaker, on clause 75, we also see that the rates of landfill tax are going up by 25%. I wonder what discussion government ministers have had with local authorities on the impact of this, because it would be just like this government to not have put two and two together and realise that will be a significant upward pressure on costs for councils. On clause 78, the high sugar drinks, a public health emergency exists in this country, in this state, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they're proposing to increase the tax from 24p per litre to £2.59 per 10 litres. Well, that's scarcely an increase at all. That's 24p per litre going up to 25.9p a litre, 1.9p a litre. We don't sell sugary drinks in litres, we sell them in 330 mils. 0.6p per can increase. Are they kidding? Are they actually kidding? It's a public health emergency. The clue's in the title. Have they got no ambition at all? This bill and the budget that led up to it will impose billions of pounds of tax rises and cuts that will hit working Scots in the pocket. We see our old folk freezing in their houses as a result of this bill and the budget that underpins it. And young people, as a result of it, will be chasing fewer and fewer jobs with lower and lower wages. The CBI said this week that the budget sent businesses into crisis containment and damage control through tax rises, because this Chancellor's £40 billion raid on businesses is the single biggest tax increase since Norman Lamont in 1993, and the Chancellor's decisions hinge on 2% departmental efficiencies, which will never, ever be realised. We know this because it's never, ever been done. And so further cuts are coming down on top of these taxes. This is pure fiscal poison for communities and businesses across these islands. The same pain is being inflicted by this government on the Northern Hotel in Brickell and Perthshire Timber and Montrose Port as being inflicted on Nissan and Tesco. And I'm not implying that it's fine for big business and bad for small business. This is a one-size-fits-nobody finance bill, and the budget that goes along with it is the same. And the clawback that they're applying to the devolved nations that the minister wouldn't speak to earlier on is because it doesn't come close to meeting the cost of the national insurance increase. £300 million compensation for the Scottish Government, who are facing a £750 million exposure. That is the nature of what this government is doing. And what of the reward for this fiscal pain, Madam Deputy Speaker? Lower growth in the economy, lower profits, increased debt, lower investment, lower wages, falling output, capital flight, risk of default would be the ultimate conclusion from this. It's almost as though the Chancellor has forgotten that our job is to run the economy, not ruin the economy. And it will be a matter for separate debate. I know that, and I don't want to test your patience, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the raid on employers' national insurance will devastate small businesses, charities and the care sector, and it will cost Scottish Public Services, direct employees of the public sector in Scotland, £600 million. And when you include the partner agencies that work with our NHS and our care services, that's going to be very much higher indeed. Supermarkets and other retailers have also said that the inevitable result of the Chancellor's changes will be higher prices for consumers. They make a great play about not raising taxes. Well, it amounts to the same thing when your wages are suppressed and prices are going up. And as the honourable member mentioned, the duty on Scotch whisky was hiked in this bill, and the industry has called it an indefensible tax grab. And this is despite Labour's leader in Scotland, who, for members opposite's interest, is a gentleman called Anas Sarwar. He's claiming that he spoke to the Chancellor about this. Well, I'll be very interested to know what that conversation was. Is it OK if I hike up duties, Anas? Yes, no bother, Chancellor, you carry on. And one of the glaring omissions in this bill was waspy women, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is welcome, of course, that the budget is going to address the great imposition that was put on people affected by the infected blood scandal, and of course the postmasters as well. But these were caused by the Post Office and the NHS and others, whereas Waspy Women was caused by the UK government. That is the great tragedy that was caused by government, yet it's the one that isn't addressed in this bill or in the broader budget. And it's little wonder, therefore, that polling last week in Scotland showed that 75% of Scots feel that they're going to be worse off, or certainly no better off, as a result of this budget. And since the Chancellor has delivered the... I'll be very happy to give away in a wee second. Delivered our budget. Supermarkets, farms, pubs and telecom providers are all warned that these decisions will be inflationary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I was wondering whether or not you thought it was fiscally responsible. Sorry. I was wondering whether or not the member thought it was fiscally responsible for the SNP Finance Minister to have used all of the 460 million from offshore wind. You've spoken a lot about the government, and I was wondering whether you thought that that was appropriate.
It's with great regret, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not entirely sure what the honourable member is talking about. So I'm very happy, if she would like, I'll catch up with her afterwards and we can find out exactly what's concerning her, and I'll make sure that she's got all the facts that she needs. And just, Madam Deputy Speaker, when mortgage payers thought things were going to stabilise and the worst of the last UK government's fiscal incompetence was over, major banks are now talking, since the budget, about an increase in rates that they're able to offer. During the election, and many honourable members have talked about what was said before the election and what has come to pass after the election, the Prime Minister promised that there would be a £300 reduction in energy prices, but we've seen that that is not the case, and the energy prices are £149 higher, and they're going to go up £21 in January. So there are a £470 honesty tax on energy bills across the United Kingdom as a result of what people were told was going to happen before the election and what has actually come to pass at the hands of this Labour government. I'm very happy to give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman talks about honesty. It'd be good to hear. It sounds like he's read our manifesto. Did we say that we reduce energy prices by November 2024? And did we say we would raise the minimum wage, and did we do it? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I'm very pleased for the honourable gentleman's intervention. I can only assume he was a used car salesman in a previous life. He's like, you needed to read the small print. Labour, we'll reduce your energy by £300. Terms and conditions apply. Honestly, you couldn't make it up. But it's not. I think they're probably telling him rather than me, Madam Deputy Speaker. But it's not. It doesn't just end there, and it's a very serious point because there is 900,000 people in Scotland, pensioners, who will be stripped of their winter fuel payment on ours, the coldest part of this island, without so much as a by your leave to the Scottish Government. No, I won't. And we've touched on a number of issues there, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just in closing, earnings are set to grow by just 1.6% as a result of this bill and the budget that goes with it in real terms over the Parliament. This will extend the UK's long pay stagnation. By 2028, average weekly earnings are set to be just £13 higher than they were in 2008. That's the findings of the Resolution Foundation. And Labour spending plans after 25-26 are unlikely to survive contact with reality. That's the findings of the Institute for Fiscal Studies. And I will take his intervention because he's goaded me.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for giving way. On the point around the winter fuel allowance, obviously the government has taken the decision, difficult decision, to mean test it and protect the poorest pensioners. But my understanding is that this is a devolved power in Scotland, and the Scottish Government could have made the decision to use the resources it has, perhaps from the wind which was discussed, to extend out to more pensioners in Scotland. But it didn't, did it? It decided to enforce that cut in Scotland when it could have taken a different path, particularly given the additional uplift of money which has come from this budget.
So, I don't know the honourable gentleman, I've never set eyes on him, but I'm going to make the assumption that he's a Scottish Labour MP. I don't know who he is because he's only just appeared in the chamber, despite the fact that we're 2.5 hours into this debate. But he asks me, and we've heard a lot from that honourable lady as well, he asks me, what is the Scottish Government going to do about the winter fuel payment? Well, let me tell him, the next time he's an apologist for the United Kingdom, the Labour Government devolved control over winter fuel payment and then effectively took the budget away by cutting it for pensioners elsewhere in the United Kingdom. That's the trap of devolution. He doesn't want to see it. I can see it fine. And he actually, I don't know how he knows what the Scottish Government is going to do in terms of the winter fuel payment and what targeted support they'll provide in the winter ahead. But one thing is for sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that whoever it is in Scotland that's standing up for pensioners, it certainly won't be the Labour Party, that's for sure. So, in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's no surprise that this bill and the budget that advances it holds nothing but pain for communities, its services and business in Scotland. Labour takes Scotland for granted. The Labour government even ignores the representations of the Westminster apologists that sit over there on their own benches from Scottish constituencies. Another tragic budget for Scotland then, another push factor inexorably moving us closer to independence. So at least the budget's good for one thing.
Conor Naismith.
Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to begin by congratulating my honourable friend, the member for South Derbyshire, on a fantastic maiden speech. I'm sure that her expertise in the tech sector will be an asset to this place. I welcome the ability to contribute to the debate today on the Finance Bill, and I'm wholly supportive of the measures announced in the budget that form this legislation. After 14 years of Conservative mismanagement of our economy and the country, the public spoke, and they gave a clear mandate on the 4th of July to repair the dire circumstances we found ourselves in that left my constituents footing the bill. The electorate knew and showed at the ballot that they were in dire need of grown-up government that would not shy away from the hard decisions. And I have to say, we've heard many contributions from the members opposite, setting out the things that they don't like about the budget. We haven't heard very much in the way of, if they support the benefits in the budget, how they would propose to fund those measures or what they would cut. My constituents voted for a government that would finally ensure, after years of failure, that we grew our economy, lowered the tax burden on working people and restored the fantastic public services that once upon a time made this country a world leader. And my constituents understand that there are difficult decisions to be made. They know that government is about making choices, about deciding what country we want to be in the future. And they made that decision at the ballot box, doing away with the party opposite. They chose to no longer be a country with crumbling roads, a country that dipped in and out of recession, a country with low investment and one that was ultimately steered by the hands of the party opposite in a chaotic fashion that clobbered the living standards of my constituents. They voted for Labour, and with that they decided they want to live in a country with monumental investment in its National Health Service, investment that will reduce waiting lists, and we are already seeing the benefits of that, and rebuild key hospitals like Leighton Hospital in my constituency. They want to be in a country where their work is rewarded fairly, where minimum wage increases will put £1,400 a year in their pockets. But not only that, they want to live in a country which level...
I'm going to make the same request that I've made now, I think at least twice. This could be the third time, it might be the fourth. Please can members debate the Finance Bill second reading, which is what we have on the order paper this afternoon. This is not a general debate on the budget. We debated the budget several weeks ago now, and we cannot keep covering old ground. It's the Finance Bill.
Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm about to move on to points covered by the Finance Bill. Not only that, they want to live in a country which levels the playing field and ensures that working families have as much opportunity at all stages of their life, regardless of their postcode or their background. And that is why I support the government's decisions to end the VAT relief on private schools, aiming to equalise educational opportunities. I know that many families work hard to send their child to private school, but a great many of my constituents, in fact I've never met a constituent who doesn't work hard to make ends meet. And their children also deserve the very best education that our country can provide. Well, they say hear, hear, but we don't often hear them advocating for the state schools in our country. Yes, I will.
As a state school pupil with 3 daughters in a state school, let me just assure him that not everybody on this side of the house, despite caricatures sometimes that he and others like to paint, were not all privately educated. Can I just say to him quietly, it's not a choice of either or. We want to see excellence and choice in education right the way across the board. This is not one against the other.
I thank the honourable member for making that intervention, and I would just say that he says it's not a choice between one or the other. But actually, for 14 years under the previous government, we heard their side talk about state schools having to make very difficult decisions, having to tighten their belts. Yeah. I know this as the husband of a state school teacher, that our state schools were severely underserved by the previous government. The money generated by ending that VAT relief on private schools will be vital in recruiting the 6,500 more teachers that we need in our state schools and rolling out free breakfast clubs across the country to ensure that no child in education goes hungry. I will.
Do you know how many additional teachers were recruited in the last Parliament without putting VAT on education? Does he know how many breakfast clubs? There are thousands of breakfast clubs. There are already in state schools in this country thanks to the National School Breakfast Programme.
Yeah. I thank the honourable member for his intervention. What I would say to him is, again, we've heard lots of contributions from the members opposite about the fantastic record of the previous government. But actually it does not stand up to the lived reality of our constituents, and that is exactly why we saw the result that we had in the general election. The sooner that members opposite come to terms with that result, the better position they will be in. I've given way several times. I'm very sorry. Likewise, with some of the policies being put forward in this bill, I welcome that the government are going even further to level the playing field and ensure that those with the broadest shoulders take the heaviest burden. That is why we need the legislation today to close loopholes like the non-dom status, change the furnished holiday lettings tax regime and provide more resources to HMRC to tackle the tax gap. They will help us address the financial black hole that the party opposite clearly had no regard for and in fact claims does not exist and has failed to apologise for, and will allow us to fix what the leader of the opposition admitted today were broken foundations. I believe the government's budget and the legislation set out today will be a vital starting point in what is a long road to recovery for this country, and I commend the government for their work and will support this bill's progression through the House.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I start by congratulating the honourable member for South Derbyshire on her excellent maiden speech. Not only her daughter will have been inspired by those words, but many countless other young women. At the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must declare a personal financial interest in relation to independent school fees. But I want to start by telling a story of aspiration, sacrifice and hard work. And this is a story that was told to me by a parent who is going into Christmas feeling devastated. A parent who has worked tirelessly, missed valuable time with their child, sacrificed holidays and any form of luxury out of an aspiration to give their child an education that would have otherwise been out of reach. A parent who said to me, "I am not a rich person. I hustle every day to make the money I need to send my child to this school." A parent who will now see all of those sacrifices come to nothing as her child faces the upheaval of moving schools in the midst of the academic year. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, imagine that child's first day in their new state school. Their school year disrupted, their efforts to catch up on the missed learning, all as a consequence of being forced to change schools partway through the academic year. They do so, Madam Deputy Speaker, along with 35,000 other students across the country who are expected to do the same as a consequence of this policy. Their classroom sizes swelling as the promise of 6,500 new teachers remains years off from becoming a reality. Imagine, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the school struggles to stretch their existing budget to accommodate for the new intake. Not enough textbooks, not enough computers, not enough teachers. Now imagine being that child with SEND needs. Their routine overhauled, they start to fall behind in their class. And despite the very best efforts of their teachers, who want to provide the extra support so desperately needed, they simply do not have the bandwidth. And the consequence of this, Madam Deputy Speaker? A child's future prospects slipping through their fingers every single day. Because the school that they now attend has not been adequately resourced for the arrival of them and their fellow new classmates. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, imagine being the parent of these children. Not rich, only wanting the best for their child, and as a consequence of one ill-conceived, ideologically driven policy, that dream has been snatched away, with no consideration of the impact it will have on families, on schools, and on teachers who will be left redundant. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst the government speaks of a hope to bring aspiration to all, their policy to charge independent schools VAT will do the precise opposite. It will not deliver high standards across the board. This is not a policy that lifts up. To the contrary, it delivers the worst for all children. It is, by the very definition, Madam Deputy Speaker, a definition of levelling down. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, a government cannot be expected to get things right all of the time. But it is not unreasonable to expect that a government recognises when it's got something wrong. It is not unreasonable to expect a government to hold up their hands, pause, reflect and recalibrate. For if it is the government's true endeavour is to bring about policies for positive change, they must be willing to recognise when they need to change course. And this is that moment, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I ask the government to demonstrate some moral courage, to admit that it has erred on this policy and to abandon this policy of folly.
Basil Calliscan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the budget that was presented to the House will turn the page on what has been a chaotic few years under the last government. It is also an opportunity for my constituents to welcome a budget that demonstrates a responsible government and a government that will take tight fiscal rules seriously. Because the truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that economic growth comes when there is financial stability. And the first steps of financial stability is to make sure that the books are balanced. This budget protects working people from higher taxes in their pay slips alongside an increase in the national minimum wage, and the constituents in Barking will absolutely benefit from that. And I have to say, it does speak volumes that the majority of the time spent from the benches opposite has been to focus
on a subsidy that used to exist for private schools and now doesn't, because this government is making sure we invest in the state sector. And I can tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the additional money is spent on the state sector, it improves life chances for the constituents in my area, alongside a decent opportunity of a... Yes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful for the Honourable Lady giving way. Could she identify what is the subsidy that she's talking of?
Thank you very much. I'm talking about the VAT relief that existed for bikes. Yes, it was a subsidy because politics is full of choices. And actually, as a government, your first responsibility is to make sure you balance the books. If you are a responsible government, you want to invest in decent public services, and you want to create a condition for economic stability. And it's on that final point that I want to concentrate for a moment, Madam Speaker, because we've heard remarks from benches opposite around small and medium-sized businesses, and I will tell members that when I speak to the local businesses embarking, they will tell me that the last few years of economic instability is what has created pressure for them. So I welcome in particular the government's announcements around taxing for non-dom loopholes. The government changing the residential base means that they will increase the revenue by almost £13 billion. And on capital gains, the rate changes will mean that we will still maintain ourselves, the UK's position, as having the lowest capital gains tax from any European G7 economy. These things are a collection of decisions that means that we are prioritising investing in public services alongside an absolute commitment from the government that we will create economic stability so that we can see the future growth that this country deserves. Thank you very much.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll speak of the impact of the government's changes to the energy profits levy, both to the people and businesses in my Gordon and Buchan constituency, but also to the UK as a whole in terms of the energy security that this government is meant to ensure, and also on this government's ever more ambitious decarbonisation targets, which again are being put at risk because of this energy profits levy. The Chancellor's decision to increase the rate to 38% and extend it to 2030, while also removing the investment allowances, demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of our energy sector, indeed the global energy sector, and the communities here which depend upon it. According to Aberdeen and Grampian Chambers of Commerce, 100,000 energy-related jobs are being put at risk because of these changes across the UK, but disproportionately in Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire. The OBR's figures project capital expenditure will fall by 26%, with oil production down 6.3% and gas production down 9.2%. For businesses across my constituency, this means fewer contracts, reduced investment and diminishing opportunities, or put another way, fewer jobs, fewer prospects and more redundancies. But what is incomprehensible about the changes to the EPL is that they make no economic sense. Studies by OE UK show that these changes are going to cost the Treasury £12,000 in lost tax revenue. £12 billion. If the Chancellor is so convinced that she is in a hole, maybe not digging it deeper would be a good idea. The OE UK put this down to a rapid decline in production due to underinvestment. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, while we are still going to use oil and gas for years to come, the government is therefore choosing to take this from overseas producers where there are lower environmental credentials, worse employment standards, rather than from the UK where we will be able to increase employment, secure employment, help our tax revenues, but also secure our economic growth both locally and nationally. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour's changes in the budget will see a wholly punitive regime with the effective tax rate being 78% on oil and gas companies, the highest of any comparable off-sea mature basin. What other industry in the UK would be expected to deliver something as fundamental as our heating, our lighting or our transport fuels indeed energy to make sure the NHS can operate or schools can run, while also being taxed to such an extent that this government is driving away investment in a sector so crucial to our national security. And what is particularly concerning with the EPL is the impact on homegrown energy businesses. These are not global multinationals that are often used as examples of the energy giants who make massive profits, companies which can and do buffer the impacts of EPL by increasing their overseas investments and reducing their investments in the North Sea. Instead, this policy hits hardest the companies that have emerged and grown out of North East Scotland, employing local people, supporting local supply chains and helping our local economies. With all their... I would love to give way on that point.
Thank you for giving way. Thank you for giving way. In January 2023, the Conservative Chancellor increased the energy profit levy by 10%, from 25% to 35%. What was the impact on the North Sea jobs and economy as a result of that change?
I thank the member for his question. I think what we must also remember is that the investment allowances have now been reduced and taken away. So increasing it by a further 3% while decreasing the investment allowances really makes the North Sea a really difficult place now to invest. I will give way.
Grateful to the honourable member for Gordon and Buchan for giving way. The announcement that Apache is set to pull out of the North Sea Basin, how does she think that relates to the fiscal decisions of this government? Does she think that it's inextricably linked to this government's ambitions for North Sea oil and gas and their failure to fully understand how the industry works?
Thanks, the honourable member, for his question. I think, given that Apache's announcements came within a week of the budget, it sort of speaks for itself in terms of what was the final straw in that that broke that camel's back. But as I was saying, the energy profits levy impacts our local homegrown businesses the most, and therefore we literally have a policy now which is turning the lights off on the very businesses that we should be supporting and championing. By removing investment allowances, they are pushing away companies and they're forcing them to scale back their North Sea projects, thereby increasing our reliance on expensive imported energies from overseas. North East Scotland is already leading the charge in terms of renewable energies. We have hydrogen projects in development, offshore wind from our shores, and expertise that could and should put us in a position to be a global leader in renewable technologies, clean renewable energy technologies. But a rushed, ill-thought-out transition, which this EPL will contribute to, will undermine our efforts. The skills of our oil and gas sector are precisely what we need to deliver a sustainable transition. The same companies that will be penalised by this levy are the ones that we need to invest in green technologies. Just yesterday, I met with floating offshore wind developers, and I asked them about the EPL. One of their current projects is hoped to see a collaboration with an existing oil and gas field, whereby the floating wind will help decarbonise the rig, and in return the oil and gas producer would help fund the cabling back to shore. But now the developer fears that the increasing and extended EPL will put this at jeopardy because of the oil and gas company's ability or willingness to invest. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government is turning what was a windfall tax into a permanent feature of our tax system, creating long-term uncertainty that will drive investment away from North East Scotland. The energy profits levy is a blunt instrument, not a balanced strategy. The government must listen to industry experts and local businesses and our communities like mine in Gordon and Buchan. We need a competitive, open business environment that attracts investment and which will support our energy transition while protecting jobs, supply chains and securing our energy supplies. The nation's energy security depends on it.
Well said.
Kanishka Narayan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to be speaking under your presence here today. Can I just start by reflecting, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the brilliant maiden speech made by my honourable friend from South Derbyshire. We are colleagues and partners in crime in the cause of technology, and it is a pleasure to be following her excellent maiden speech. I know she has a glittering career in front of her, and I look forward to witnessing it. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the instruction of your prior Deputy Speaker, I studiously followed and studied the budget briefing from the library, talking about the history of the Finance Bill. Broadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, that history commends this country's stability and financial institutions. It broadly commends it with one great blip. And can I start by recognising the wreckage from which we arise in the context of this finance bill? The wreckage of the particular growth plan, as they called it, under their Prime Minister, Liz Truss. The briefing tells us, thanks to the House of Commons library staff, that it was a total aberration in not setting out the prospective flow of a finance bill from it. From that wreckage, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have today the return of stability. I recognise also, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in fairness, the Shadow Chancellor at the time did call her party leader out for it. He said she was flying blind as they were following her blindly too. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it feels like blind flight is contagious on the opposition benches today. He talks about opposing, being the party of no rather than the party of government. He doesn't tell us how he would fund public services. He doesn't tell us the taxes he would raise if he opposes all of ours. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious that he also once called the pensions triple lock unsustainable. This is not, Madam Deputy Speaker, someone to trust with governance, someone to trust with opposition. I note that the member for East Hampshire has just left as well, having said, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he is not interested in choosing. He stands for the 100%. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as my honourable friend from Darlington said earlier, to govern is to choose. To avoid choice is to play the fantasy politics of opposition, and I'm glad he's found the warm benches on the opposition side as well. I'm very happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. He says that the Tories had no plan for public services, and I will accept the Labour Party and the Labour government do have a plan for public services. It's completely unbelievable, though. So where does that leave us?
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just recognise with warm comfort the traditional place of the Scottish nationalists in being total enablers for Conservative governments? And can I point, and he talks about fiscal credibility, can I talk about, when he talks about fiscal credibility, can I point him to the absolute wreckage of the Scottish government in particular, wasting almost £500 million of offshore wind proceeds on day-to-day spending because of their fiscal mismanagement, Madam Deputy Speaker. If he is taking tutorials alongside the opposite benches, can I ask him to invite his colleagues in Scotland to those tutorials? I think they'll serve them very efficiently indeed. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say, in my experience in the City of London and in investing in this country and abroad, the broad lesson I learned was that finance is always contingent, is the fundamentals that matter. Madam Deputy Speaker, for that reason, the finance bill has to be seen in the context of what it enables. Where they, the Conservative benches, treated working people of this country as their cash machines, we, Madam Deputy Speaker, are protecting payslips. Where they didn't support healthcare in this country, wrecking the waiting list context that I experienced in growing up in this country, we, Madam Deputy Speaker, are supporting the NHS. Where they slashed public investment, taking cowardly decisions across their finance bills, we, Madam Deputy Speaker, are investing in our future. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I also raise a particular proposal in the finance bill that is close to my heart, and that is the relief on draft duties in particular. The Lamb and Flag in Wick, Madam Deputy Speaker, the 3 golden cups in Southern Down, and closest to my heart, Finnegan's and Barry Island. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Christmas special for Gavin and Stacey is shown, I will be making sure to make the most of that draft duty relief through Finnegan's in particular, but across the Vale of Glamorgan. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I return finally to the choice that this finance bill reflects? The choice at the heart of it is that, as the Treasury's distribution analysis shows, the overall context of what we have done, both in the finance bill and more broadly, means that 90% of households in this country will be better off. 90%, the amazing distributional context after 14 years of what we experienced from the opposition benches. And can I just say, again, close to my heart, Madam Deputy Speaker, what a daffodil-laden budget this has been. And in particular, the finance bill's proceeds, which mean the biggest budget settlement for Wales, which mean £1.7 billion for Welsh public services, which means 70,000 minimum wage workers better off in Wales, which means 100 million for our coal communities and steel communities in Wales, 25 million for the timely support in the context of coal tips in Wales, for that daffodil-laden budget and this particular finance bill that undergirds it. I'm very grateful to the Chancellor.
I call Chris Coughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to speak in this debate as a member of the Treasury Select Committee. After suffering the highest fall in living standards since records began, the United Kingdom desperately needs economic growth. Yet, the OBR is forecasting that the policies in the government's finance bill and the budget on a 5-year view have no impact on growth. The recessionary impact of the tax rises, combined with a focus on current spending crowding out the private sector, largely offset the fiscal stimulus of one of the largest fiscal events in recent decades and borrowing of an extra £32 billion a year. Now, there is potential upside growth to the forecast, mainly from the impact of planning reform, but this budget and this finance bill is a missed opportunity for growth. And this matters, Madam Deputy Speaker, because there are chronic structural problems in the British economy which we must address. And indeed, with public sector net debt now approaching 100% of GDP, the government's ability to borrow to invest in the future or to cope with an unforeseen shock are severely constrained. And Madam Deputy Speaker, many of the honourable members opposite have spoken about the importance of public investment, which I agree with, and so I'd like to address these points. Because since the 2008 financial crash, the UK economy has been hampered by a collapse in productivity growth to 0.6% per year. That's the second worst in the G7. Unless and until we solve the productivity crisis, the UK will not escape its downward economic spiral of higher taxes with an ageing population, ever-crumbling public services, and ever higher debt. Now, a key cause of this is chronically low public and private investment, and in 24 out of the last 30 years, the UK has had the lowest total investment of any G7 economy. Yet, as the OBR testified, public investment in the budget is remaining flat as a share of GDP, so it is unlikely to help in solving the productivity crisis. And this is why the OBR is forecasting that for every £1 borrowed by the government, the economy is only growing by 60 pence next year, and these effects reverse in 5 years. I'm happy to give way.
To the honourable gentleman for giving way. He knows I hold him in high regard, but I am slightly perplexed because he welcomes this government's investment in public services from the NHS and so forth, but yet his colleagues and perhaps himself oppose many of the revenue raises in this finance bill. So can he help me square the circle on that?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his intervention. As he will know, the Liberal Democrats have alternative measures of raising these revenues. But my fundamental point is, yes, I welcome public investment, but it is flat in the budget. So there's not enough, in my view. And it's not only that it is not enough, it is not focused on the right areas. So, by contrast, economists have found that the most optimal forms of public investment are actually able to raise GDP by £1.50 for every £1 invested, compared to just 60 pence in the budget. For example, the best public investments for raising economic growth are investments in intangible capital, such as knowledge, R&D, patents and licences, which can bring greater gains in productivity because knowledge can build on existing knowledge, and it can crowd in private investment because it lowers the financial risk for private investors to participate. Indeed, the most effective form of R&D is when it is targeted on a very specific goal. For example, the Kennedy administration in the 60s had stunning success by having the very specific goal of the moon landings in terms of increasing US productivity and growth. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was excited to see that R&D to solve targeted problems is in fact in the budget on page 76. But then when I saw that out of the £70 billion in spending in the budget, that only £25 million is being spent on the best type of R&D to drive economic growth, that's about double the budget of my local district council, I thought that wasn't really appropriate for the world's 6th largest economy. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we stand on the cusp of a new industrial revolution in artificial intelligence, and this country has just one chance to gain the first mover advantage to harvest the productivity gains and growth that could result. And indeed, combined with innovations in the life sciences and climate technology, which is in the budget, this could be our route out of this downward economic spiral. But in the 164-page budget, The word artificial intelligence appears once. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I call on the Government to redouble its efforts in public investment and R&D, because I would like to live in a country that has the resources it needs to provide opportunities for our citizens, and this budget is a missed opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I also praise, she's left the chamber, but the Honourable Member for South Derbyshire for her maiden speech. I'm pleased to be speaking on this finance bill. It underpins the first Labour budget in 14 years. It also raises the revenue this country needs to recover, rebuild and renew. Now, I'm not going to spend ages talking about the opposition and the mess they've made, but cue groans from the party opposite. We all know about the £22 billion black hole, the mini-budget and the reprehensible record with public finances. But can I actually take a moment to praise the Shadow Chancellor, because I genuinely enjoyed his astronomy references. It's just a shame that he's not quite on planet Earth when it comes to recognising that we need to invest in public services but also pay for them, the vehicle being this very finance bill. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government, even while we've had to tackle the Tories' toxic inheritance, means that in this finance bill we're protecting payslip when it comes to income tax and employee national insurance. Let me get on to some of the other key measures in this bill that I welcome, because it's things like the tobacco duty, non-dom tax status, the oil and gas windfall, that actually mean that public services in my constituency of York Outer will be all the better off. So let me start by talking about the NHS. And this week I met with Yorkshire Cancer Research to talk about the vital work that they do. The increase in tobacco duty in this bill will actually act as a deterrent to smoking. And we discussed how the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, which passed through second reading yesterday, will save lives. And I think that those go hand in hand when it comes to that important preventative work about changing habits as well. But the tobacco duty will also be a revenue raiser for public finances, extra cash to fund our NHS. Take primary care services like York Medical Group that I recently visited. Or think about York Hospital, who would no doubt welcome extra investment. I certainly will, as a parent who recently had a screaming toddler in York A&E waiting many hours after a trapped finger. But it's vital we get the NHS back up and running for constituents like mine, one of them who's been waiting 7 years for surgery. Let that sink in. That's actually half the time the Tories were in power. Yeah. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm clear that this bill raises the revenue to put the NHS on a much surer footing.
Hear, hear.
I will.
I understand what the Honourable Gentleman is saying, and he's a great conscientious Member of Parliament for his constituency. But does he accept, under the words of a former Labour leader, that public services are invested in from the proceeds of growth? And when he goes to his constituency to be re-elected at the next general election, will he be telling them that he stood up here and advocated for a budget that will actually see growth in this country cut under the proposals that he's outlining?
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Slightly laughable, if I may say so, in my normal Yorkshire affable self from the honourable gentleman. Things like the National Planning Policy Framework will drive growth, and by the way, they won't even include. Some of these measures weren't even included in the OBR Blue Book. So there's so much this government, this pro-growth government's doing for growth. So I do find it slightly perplexing. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to transport. Let me talk about the fact that non-dom tax loopholes will be abolished in this bill and replaced with a residence-based regime. I had a look, and these changes will raise £12.7 billion. Just last week, the Transport Secretary very kindly came to visit me and the Mayor of York and North Yorkshire to announce £12.7 million of funding for our buses, which will transform our region. Now, quick maths means that the non-dom tax loophole changes here quite literally pays 1,000 times over this scheme that the Transport Secretary announced last week. And that's the difference that this bill will make. Yeah. Let me turn to alcohol duty, and I'm very grateful that soon we'll be having my office works Christmas do after visiting Elvington Brewery. I'm sure there's a joke to be made there about liquid assets and a finance bill. But this bill rightly cuts alcohol duty on draft products. Wonderful news for our Yorkshire pubs. Now, I must admit, I need to declare an interest here for both me and my hard-working team, because these measures will mean we're very much looking forward to enjoying a cheaper pint of the wonderfully named, colleagues, please be ready for this, Fairy Tale of Brew York, new pint launched by Brew York over the festive period. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite back investment in our public services, but don't support the revenue raise in the finance bill. Perhaps they've been having too many fairy tale economic pints as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to education. The increase in VAT on private schools will bring in £1.7 billion a year, and that will directly go into schools in York Outer. The £1 billion uplift announced in the budget for SEN provision and a £2.3 billion increase in the schools budget will make a huge difference to places like Applefield School and Manor Church of England School. I also visited Askham Bryan in York Outer, a fantastic agricultural college with great students studying T-levels who will also now benefit from £300 million of extra funding from for colleges directly stemming from this finance bill. By making some proportionate raises in the budget, we still maintain our position as having the lowest CGT in Europe, but we've struck the balance because we'll have extra cash for our schools, which is a real lifeline. And let me turn to energy. For all the party opposite want to obfuscate, we've actually kept so many promises in our manifesto because one of them was to deliver a windfall on gas and oil companies. A policy so good, even they stole it when they were sitting on these benches. The additional revenue through EPL will help us set up GB Energy, which will deliver for the British people and deliver the green jobs of the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, may I briefly refer to the first ever bill I spoke on in this House, the Budget Responsibility Act. At the time, I said that the Act was so important because it is the only way we can grow public services. The way we do that is with a stable economy. And that is as true now as it was back then. I hear grumbles from the party opposite. They don't seem to think that economic stability matters when it comes to investing in public services. They certainly know quite a lot about economic instability. Look, this government has been tasked with ripping out the rot following 14 years of chaos. What this bill does is help fix the foundations by providing the revenue to restore public services in York Outer and beyond. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, now this is the finance bill just following an election, and in usual times you'd have the finance bill enacting what was said in the manifesto, but not this time, because the manifesto said, and it was repeated time and time again on the electoral trail by all the members opposite who are now ministers, they said they had plans which were fully costed and fully funded. Fully costed, fully funded. They said they had no plans to raise taxes beyond VAT on schools. That was repeated again and again and again, Madam Deputy Speaker. They had no plans to increase public borrowing. And they said in bold terms in their manifesto that they were not going to increase national insurance contributions. No qualification. That was in black and white. And so it is extraordinary that I'm standing here, Madam Deputy Speaker, discussing a finance bill which has no correlation with the manifesto that it comes after, because the electorate were profoundly misled. The reality is that the party opposite is increasing spending by more than £70 billion, and they use a black hole argument, the black hole fantasy of Labour, which has been thoroughly debunked by the independent government body, the Office of Budget Responsibility. It's been thoroughly debunked by the independent IFS, the Financial Times. No one believes them because it's not there. It's not a black hole, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's more like a red herring. And the reason why it's a red herring is because the party opposite needed it as the excuse to do what they always intended to do, which to put up taxes and increase spending on public sector workers. Why do they do it? Because they knew, Madam Deputy Speaker, all of them, that if they had been honest with the electorate, if they had told them that they were going to be a tax and spend Labour Party, no one would have voted for them. And even in this instance, only 34% of the public did. So it was a big con on the electorate. And that is why, I will in a second, that is why we have a petition live on the government website which says this: I believe the current Labour government have gone back on the promises they laid out in the lead up to the last general election, and as of this afternoon, 2.75 million people had signed it. That's why they feel so misled by this government. I will give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. The budget provided £2.6 billion for education, £1 billion for SEND, £22 billion for the NHS and several other billions for things like councils. Would his constituency of Broadland and Fakenham welcome the contribution of those funds to the NHS, to schools, to the council? Or would he in fact say that he would not like that investment going into his constituency?
There's a number of points there. One is how much money should be spent. The second one is what it should be spent on. And the third one is where you should get it from. So I'm going to go straight to the heart of it. Where you can get it from is if you increase productivity just back to 2019 levels in the public service, there are tens of billions of pounds to be saved there. If you return the size of the civil service just to the level of 2019, before the big COVID expansion, there are tens of billions of pounds to be spent there. And if you return welfare spending on disability back to the pre-COVID levels, which my right honourable friend on the front bench was in the process of doing before the general election, there are tens of billions. And if you added all of that up, there is £50 billion. I will give way in a moment. If you add it all up, there would be £50 billion of money that could be spent on the front line. But this is the problem with the party opposite. They take money, they spend it on inflation-busting wage rises for their union paymasters, but not on increasing and improving the outcomes for the people who use services. So that is the big difference between this side and that side. We are not for the people providing the services as the focus of spending. We are for the people who use them, the people of this country. I will give way.
No, I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a typically eloquent and excellent speech, I think. I did challenge a number of members opposite to outline that public services can be invested in if we have that economic growth, as well as some of the tax-raising mechanisms that they've chosen to do. Would he be able to outline to the House how much growth has been cut by under the proposals of this government compared to ours? I think it's 0.7% over the Parliament. Am I correct?
Yes. So I'm grateful for the intervention. The honourable member is entirely correct. Over the course of the forecast, it's estimated by the Office of Budget Responsibility that growth will be cut by 0.7%. But it's worse than that, because we've also got an increase in taxes on businesses of £25 billion through the national insurance contributions. The OBR tells us that's going to be paid for overwhelmingly by reduced pay for workers. £7.5 billion reduction in pay in the future for workers, and also they forecast that more than 50,000 full-time equivalent jobs are going to be actually lost as a result of the policies which the members opposite are planning to vote for. And I will give way on that point, yeah.
The honourable member keeps talking about his government having been in the process of making a mark on productivity, while having left us with the worst productivity slowdown in 250 years. Will the honourable member tell us how long the process would have taken?
Grateful for that intervention. It wasn't on the point that he raised for, but there is one thing which he does not mention, and that is the COVID impact. The biggest. Well, you can laugh about it, but we spent £400 billion supporting the economy, supporting the people of this country, and a once-in-a-century impact on our economy.
Forgive me.
Yeah, I will give way.
Thank you. I mean,
it's extraordinary.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that there seems to be a collective amnesia amongst colleagues opposite?
Right.
That if we had taken their advice during COVID, when we were making reasonable decisions, not only would we have seen longer lockdowns that the Prime Minister was calling for, but more economic damage that they're now denying ever happened in the first place.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. And there is a point worth making here that since COVID, the private sector has improved productivity by about 6%. The productivity in the public sector has yet to improve, although before the general election it was starting to improve. But I was about to make the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I won't give way. I'm going to make some progress. I have been quite generous in giving way. Madam Deputy Speaker, the OBR says that more than 50,000 jobs are going to be lost, actively lost, as a direct result of the decisions which the members' offices are about to take. I think it's going to be an underestimate, because I've been talking to businesses in my constituency of Broadland and Fakeman over the last few weeks, and I have been taken aback, as a former entrepreneur, quite how badly the decisions, the tax and spend decisions of the party opposite have gone down with my small and medium-sized employers. And the accounts that they're telling me now that it's affecting their decisions on employment, particularly, Madam Deputy Speaker, in employing young people. As one employer said to me just 2 weeks ago, they said that why would 18-year-olds are harder to employ than, let's say, 25, 26-year-olds, because overall, more of them will fail in their job as they get used to the working environment. It used to be worthwhile employing 18-year-olds because the national minimum wage was lower and they didn't have to pay national insurance contributions on the first £9,200 of their employment. That advantage has been removed. It's now disproportionately more expensive to employ an 18-year-old than older members of staff. And they told me, and this is real life, they told me they are stopping employing young people in that business. Is that really what the members opposite wanted to achieve? Because that is what is happening already. I will give way.
Thank you for giving way. I'm not quite clear what you're saying here. Are you advising businesses in your constituency not to employ 18-year-olds, or are you telling 18-year-olds in your constituency you want them to be paid less?
Yeah. Which is it? Shouldn't be saying.
I'm not telling anyone anything. I'm reporting what businesses are telling me, that as a direct consequence of the actions of the members opposite, young people are not being employed who otherwise would have been. And that is going to lead, the OBR says, to more than 50,000 jobs being lost. And I think that's an underestimate. Time will tell, but I think that's an underestimate. So we've got a reduction in recruitment, we've got a reduction in the employment of young staff, we've got a reduction in investment, and as a result, we're going to have a reduction in growth every year, rather over the course of the forecast period. And worse than perhaps all of that is we're actually going to have a reduction in living standards. Yeah. Living standards, this is the cost of living crisis now caused by Labour reducing living standards by 1.25% by 2029, directly because of the budget. So if the members opposite vote for this bill, what they're voting for is increasing the cost of living crisis by 1.25%. But there are some increases, Madam Deputy Speaker. Debt costs are increasing. Inflation is increasing. That's, again, going to exacerbate the cost of living crisis. Mortgage costs. Yes, I will give way on that cost.
You talk about inflation increasing. We saw record levels of inflation, 11% under the Conservative government, and a third of that was caused by our exposure to gas shocks. Would he agree with this Labour government that we need to be investing in clean energy so we're no longer left vulnerable to foreign dictators and their control of fossil fuel markets?
Yeah. You answer to that intervention. Can I just remind members to please do not use you? And also, this is a debate on the second reading of the Finance Bill, so can we please make comments and interventions and speeches relevant to the Finance Bill? Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for that intervention. The inflation rate of 11% was in direct consequence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as everyone knows. But what is important is that the Conservative government took the difficult decisions to get it down to target at 2%. It's already creeping up under Labour, and it's going to continue and be higher than it otherwise would have been as a direct consequence of these measures. Don't trust my word for that, Don't trust my word for that. That comes directly from the Office of Budget Responsibility. So mortgage rises, again, the OBR tells us that mortgage rises are going to occur directly because of the decisions of the members opposite. Union activity is going to be up with the consequential impact on productivity and efficiency of our private sector. The size of the state is going to go up. And the tax take, shamefully, is going to be the highest since records began. I won't support this finance bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. I won't support its second reading. Labour are going to have to take the consequences of their own decisions.
Josh Simons.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just start by congratulating the member for South Derbyshire on her excellent maiden speech. She, as a fellow technologist, has done so much to make sure that women in particular are part of the technology sector, and that is a vital thing as we work to get more women involved in the technology sector and in technology policy. Last week, a constituent came to see me, an elderly woman who had voted Labour, and she asked me a very simple question. She said, "What makes this a Labour budget?" And asked me the corollary of that, if I were to vote now, why should I vote Labour to make sure that we have another budget like the one that you've just passed? And I had a particular kind of answer for her. I said the following thing. We talked about some big things. We talked about the big choices that were in the budget underpinned by this finance bill. We talked about, for example, the choice to make hard decisions in order to fund our NHS properly, to make sure that we shift from a national health service to a neighbourhood health service, so that in my constituency we can ensure there's proper health provision in towns like Hindley Green and Orrell, which over the last 14 years have lost any primary care provision whatsoever. She thought that was compelling. But then I said another of the bigger choices that we made in the budget that this finance bill underpins. We chose to invest instead of accepting the slow decline that the members opposite have presided over for 14 years. But we then discussed some of the less well-covered measures that this finance bill supports. And it's those, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I would like to talk about today. Because in these, I think, you can see the values that make the budget and this finance bill a Labour budget. Care, respect, pride in our communities. These are the measures that answers her question, what is it that made the budget that this finance bill pays for a Labour budget? So let me talk about a few of those smaller things that will benefit my constituents and working people right across the country. First and most importantly for those I represent was ending the injustice of the mine workers' pension scheme. Just yesterday, my constituents remembered the spring colliery disaster in Hindley. They came together what was a powerful and emotional moment for tens of thousands of people who used to be in the constituency of Ince, of my predecessor. By ending the injustice of the mine workers' pension scheme, the Chancellor made sure that as we build the next generation of energy, reducing bills and making sure that foreign dictators no longer have a hold over energy production in this nation, we are also remembering the last generation of energy production, the workers who powered our industrial revolution and who powered this nation's and built this nation's wealth.
On that point,
I will give way.
Does my honourable friend agree that the proceeds of the finance bill don't just allow us to invest in the future, but to recognise our heritage, the mine workers' compensation scheme, and in particular support for coal tips in Wales as well?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I entirely agree with my honourable friend, and to be specific about the benefits that will accrue, there are 500 families in my constituency who for decades have watched the government take out of their pension scheme and refuse to rectify what was an ongoing injustice, because we all know what the members opposite think of miners. And by making sure that they get a 32% increase in their pension, we are not only putting money directly into the pockets of the working people who built this nation, we are also signalling our respect for an industry and for a profession that made this country's wealth. The second smaller, subtler, sometimes missed thing that demonstrates the values that lay behind the measures this finance bill pays for was a £44 million increase for kinship and foster carers. Now, my council in Wigan is a pioneer in the provision of both adult social care and care for children. It's blazed the way in making sure that it works with third sector organisations, as well as making sure that it maintains the budget to fund its own care provision publicly. Now it is backed by a government who cares about what it is that carers do. Because as the member for South Derbyshire has argued before herself,
The flip side of a high productivity and high technology economy is caring. Caring is the most human thing that we will do more and more of as we build a higher tech and higher productivity economy. And its £44 million increase by this government will make sure that caring in this country is properly funded. I will.
Thank you to my honourable friend for bringing up carers. I was also really pleased to see in the budget an increase in the carers allowance eligibility limit to £196 a week, which will allow many carers to work longer and earn more money before their allowance is withdrawn. Does he also welcome this commitment, and does this show the real commitment of the Labour government towards supporting carers?
I thank my honourable member for the intervention. Not only do I agree with his specific point about the carers allowance, which will benefit 8,000 people in my region in the North West, I'd also say that increase demonstrates a wider point about respecting those who provide care in our society and our economy. For too long, we've thought that profession to be an unskilled and undervalued path of work. And with this government, in several of the measures that this finance bill pays for, we have demonstrated that caring is a vital part of the future economy we wish to build. Because I said it before and I will say it again, higher productivity, more technology also means more care. And we must respect and value that most human of professions if we are to build an economy that we all want to live in the future. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Every Thursday during the pandemic, we clapped and we cheered and we made noise to send a signal to our NHS carers that we cared about them. And it wasn't just about noise, it was about a promise of a better future on the other side, and we're now on that other side. Does he agree with me that one of the most important things that this Labour government has done is to give a much-deserved pay rise to our teachers and to our NHS staff? Under the Conservatives, we lost 1.5 million NHS appointments that were cancelled, 25 million teaching days were lost. Because of the Conservative policies, the NHS was forced to spend £9.3 billion on temporary staffing, and we lost school days that cost the economy £900 million. When the Conservatives opposite ask how much are our public sector workers paid, and how much are they worth, would he agree with me that they're worth every single penny under this Labour government?
I would absolutely agree with my honourable friend that every single penny we spend on those who kept this nation going, who kept teaching our children, and who kept looking after those who were sick and who were dying, deserve every penny of the pay rise that this government has awarded them. And I would add, since the pandemic came up, the moral credibility of the members opposite to ever use the sacrifices that our nation made during the COVID pandemic as a rebuttal to anything that this government does was lost the moment that the Prime Minister told the nation to stay at home and invited his colleagues to a booze-up in 10 Downing Street. I would further add that one of the... I would.
Thank you for giving way. The honourable gentleman made mention of Partygate, but for me it goes far beyond that. We have to remember that the dodgy contracts that went to mates and donors that brought our country into utter disrepute. Does the honourable gentleman in this finance bill recognise the financial impact of that to the country? Thank you.
To again remind members that interventions should be on what is in front of us, which is the second reading of the finance bill. Josh Simons.
Excellent.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I absolutely take that point. But may I just remind members opposite, in case they've lost the thread of the argument that I am making, which is very simple. I am going through the measures in this budget that may have been lost by the media scrutiny of some of the bigger measures. And the question I am asking for is, how do you pay for these measures? Because if you support these measures, then you need to answer the question that the bill today poses, which is how will you pay for them? And as the Minister said earlier, the first words on Labour's manifesto were restore economic stability. And so if the members opposite support some of the measures that I am describing, then they must themselves answer the question of how they would pay for those measures. So if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are two more measures that I would like to mention before I bring to a close. These are measures that specifically benefit the region that I am proud to represent in the North West. And they are measures that will, in the end, drive growth, not just here in London and the South East, but right across the country, including in Wigan and the towns across Macclesfield. The first of those was an electrification of the Wigan to Bolton line, which will mean that those who I represent who live in Hindley are able to benefit from more reliable train services that do not get cancelled, as they have repeatedly been over the last 2 weeks, by the weather. The second of these is an increase in the Household Support Fund, which of £66 million in the North West. This will specifically help those who are just above the pension credit threshold, but who nonetheless need support over the course of this winter. And the last and final of these is the integrated settlement with our trailblazing Labour Mayor, Andy Burnham, in Greater Manchester. And what this will mean is that we can cap bus fares in Greater Manchester at £2. And it will also mean that we will trailblaze the Live Well centres that working people will benefit from, and that those who are out of work will provide them with the holistic support they need to get back into work. So these are the measures that this finance bill supports. The question for the members opposite is, will they support the measures that pay for these provisions? Because if they won't, then they continue to be the party that will not restore economic stability. They continue to be the party that crashed the economy and sent mortgage rates spiralling. Unlike this Labour government, the first and most important thing that it's done, and will always do, is protect the economic stability of this nation. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, a person's character is most on display in watching what they do when nobody else is looking. I can't remember who said that. It's either a former Prime Minister or a baseball coach in the United States. A government's character is often in the things that get less attention, the things that demonstrate whose side that government is on. And in this provision, the government has demonstrated that it is on the side of miners, of carers, of commuters, of workers in Macclesfield, Greater Manchester and the North West. Madam Deputy Speaker, what this finance bill shows me is that this is a government that will tear down any barrier that gets in the way of us delivering for working people in the United Kingdom.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This finance bill should be a chance to begin the vital work of transforming our economy, to make it fairer, to restore public services and to make it greener by investing in urgent climate and nature action. So I welcome the focus on public investment. However, overall, the Green Party view is that the bill lacks the vision for our future and does not deliver the ambitious and hopeful change that people voted for in July. And I'd argue that that's because it seeks to answer the wrong question. That it should not be designed to focus purely on growth for growth's sake. That instead it should focus on more modern and rounded ways of measuring economic success that deliver well-being, a livable future, better standards of living and good quality jobs. When delivering the budget, the Chancellor referred to growth 32 times, but she didn't mention climate once, or nature, not a single mention. And when the Joseph Rowntree Foundation's analysis warns that current spending plans will see inequality and poverty increase, whilst average disposable income fall, the government's plans clearly aren't going to deliver a fairer future for us all. So the finance bill was an opportunity to set things on the right track, because that is possible with the right choices. I was elected advocating specifically for a transformative wealth tax, for those with the broadest shoulders to bear the greatest financial responsibility for transforming our economy. And I therefore very much hoped that this finance bill would seek to tax all kinds of wealth, much more ambitiously, to fund our future. Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman. I just would like to know whether he has got a model of a wealth tax from another country that has been successful in raising the amount of money that he claims it would have raised.
I thank the member for that question. I always enjoy her contributions. And I am going to come on to talk about a specific model that I put forward in the general election, and that has support of a number of researchers, academics. There's lots of models out there, including looking at examples from other countries. I'm glad the government is taking steps to close the unfairness gap in the tax system, whereby income from working is taxed at a higher level than income from wealth or assets. So reforming capital gains tax has been a major policy priority for the Greens for some time and is long overdue, and I commend the Chancellor for grasping that particular nettle. But the Finance Bill could and should go even further and focus on the very wealthiest in society, because over the last 10 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK has become an increasingly unequal country. Between 2020 and 2022 alone, billionaire wealth in the UK increased by almost 150 billion. The 5 richest families in the UK are wealthier than the bottom 20% of the entire population. Or replace that last stat with this one, which is more recent. The UK's 5 richest families now own more wealth than the bottom 13 million people, according to the Equality Trust. Both startling facts. A wealth tax of 1%, to answer the Honourable Lady's question, annually on assets above 10 million and of 2% on assets above 1 billion would demonstrate that this government is serious about fairness, and those sorts of figures, backed up by researchers and academics, could raise tens of billions during this Parliament, much bigger than a number of the figures quoted from other places today. It would show the government is serious about fairness, serious about transforming the economy, and serious about investing for a better future.
Can I ask the honourable member opposite, if he's so concerned by inequality and poverty in this country, why it is that he refuses to support the building of pylons, thereby adding about £4 billion to the cost of increasing electricity production in this country, which will go onto the bills, above all, of working people? Is that not a measure to reduce inequality and poverty in this country that he would support?
Well, if the honourable gentleman is aware of my work and campaigning background, he'll know that I've been one of the strongest advocates of speeding up and accelerating renewable energy for decades, with all the benefits that brings for reducing bills. And he'll know, if he heard the Westminster Hall debate yesterday, that we need to combine speed on renewables with bringing communities with us and assess all the options available. And we've got a cross-party support in arguing for doing that. So, if you'd let me make a little bit more progress first, please. The wealth tax would go a long way to fund the public services that our economy relies on and to deliver nature and climate-friendly policies that will benefit us all. For example, maintaining the winter fuel allowance for pensioners while investing in a rollout of the street-by-street insulation programme that could bring down household bills and carbon emissions, whilst at the same time supporting the most vulnerable households with energy bills over the winter months, preventing hundreds of avoidable deaths. Or nature-based solutions that would help protect against the kinds of flooding, chaos and misery caused, for example, recently by Storm Bert. Because preparedness or adaptation is often neglected when it comes to climate action, and yet this week has demonstrated what a difference it can make. And a wealth tax could see charities and the not-for-profit health and social care providers, for example, exempted from the planned increases in national insurance contributions for employers, in recognition of the significant work they do in our communities and the significant further strain that this planned change will put them under. As Community Action Suffolk have warned me, this financial challenge may be a step too far for some organisations who deliver vital services, keeping Suffolk residents safe and well, reducing pressure on other public sector systems, including the NHS. Now, the government has taken, or sought to take, some steps towards taxing wealth in addressing the real problem of very wealthy people investing in farmland in order to avoid paying inheritance tax. But the way that it's gone about doing so is resulting in huge problems and is clumsy because it's impacting small farms who may, on paper, have assets worth several million. But if you're a farmer that's not actually earning any income or very little, then you never actually see the benefit of that. And I know the Minister's back in the room, and I'd ask him, in considering the agricultural property relief, which I know is planned for a further year's budget, there's time for the government to look at this. Will he look at the work of tax analyst Dan Needle, who's highlighted that the government's own rightful intentions on this of clamping down on tax avoidance won't be met under the current plans, and it will impact far more small, ordinary farms than the government has admitted? And in Dan Needle's proposals include an alternative suggestion for meeting the government's stated aim of clamping down on tax avoidance and not affecting ordinary farmers. Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, the Honourable Gentleman, for giving way. I mean, too often we find that the Greens talk a good game, but when it comes down to making decisions, whether it's pylons or inheritance tax, they begin to get a little bit nervous. So it would be interesting to hear the Honourable Gentleman, whilst he might have concerns about the threshold that's been set for inheritance tax for farms, if he's concerned about it, where does he think, where does the Honourable Gentleman think it should be?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I have welcomed the measures in this budget on non-DOMs, on capital gains tax, and I've argued for the government to go much further and be much bolder in a genuine wealth tax on the very richest. So I'm very happy to set out the measures that I want to see, which are bolder than the government's, on bringing the measures in to raise capital. On farms, as I say, I'd urge the member and the Minister to look at the work of people like Dan Needle that suggests ways in which the government could better achieve its own stated and rightful aim of avoiding people investing in farmland to avoid inheritance tax, often people who have no interest in farming, but actually ordinary farms in my constituency. I spoke to many farmers last week, as I'm sure members of all sides did, and they were telling me that farms in Suffolk, a typical size, 320 acres, might be worth 3 or 5 million on paper. But if that farm is always in the family, if it's never sold, and those farmers are earning very little income, they're not actually realising the benefit of that. And the farmers I spoke to last week were extremely distressed at how much pressure they're under for generating very little income with all the work that they do and want to do for our natural environment. So we do need to look at the detail of what's being proposed here, whilst welcoming the main aim of clamping down on tax avoidance that the government's setting out. I make these points, Madam Deputy Speaker, conscious that the government chose to table an income tax charge motion on budget day, thereby restricting the scope for amendments to today's finance bill. And I'd like to put on record my disappointment at that decision, when an amendment of the law motion would have demonstrated a commitment to a much broader debate, greater scrutiny and a healthy willingness to engage with alternative views. I did expect better on that, and I know my constituents do as well. And so, whilst I'll be seeking to amend the finance bill to take account of the compelling case for a wealth tax, the scope for doing so has been deliberately and unnecessarily constrained by the government in what Ruth Fox of the Hansard Society calls a decision to prioritise ministerial control and convenience over robust parliamentary scrutiny. I want to mention one other aspect of the finance bill before closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this is particularly in relation to urgent climate action that we need to take, because that's got to be about scaling up renewables, but it's also got to be about the transition away from fossil fuels. And hidden in the finance bill and the budget is the government intending to subsidise carbon capture and storage, a fig leaf for new fossil fuel projects, and the government failing to end the obscene subsidies, including tax reliefs, that are handed out to the oil and gas sector. And I hope to pick this up further and for this to get more scrutiny as the bill progresses through the House. So I'm about to finish, the Honourable Member. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, whilst Green MPs will vote for the finance bill on the basis that there are a number of improvements and investments that we welcome, and we are constructive in supporting improvements that move in the right direction and the investment that started in the NHS, I want to see that committed to and expanded for the NHS in social care in further years. But we want to look forward in further debates to how this can be strengthened to deliver a coherent vision of a greener, fairer future for all.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, I'd like to pay tribute to my honourable friend from South Derbyshire for her fantastic maiden speech. Knowing that I had the graveyard, or as we call it in this place, the Jim Shannon spot, I took a moment to pop out to the tea room to have a cup of tea, and I visited southderbyshire.co.uk. And I do own a dog named after a previous Prime Minister, Labour Prime Minister. And I'm really looking forward to taking him to South Derbyshire to visit the fantastic... I don't want to give away my dog's name, really. I don't know why. Anyway, now I do thank Madam Deputy Speaker for the opportunity to speak in support of the recent finance bill. I believe this isn't just another piece of legislation. It is a crucial step towards boosting growth in some of our most dynamic industries, from the creative sector to the financial services, aimed at repairing our public finances and bringing much-needed economic and fiscal stability. It considers every person from every walk of life to create a fairer future for everyone. Last week, the Chancellor outlined the government's plans for growth, focusing on high-growth sectors that will drive our economy forward. This bill is a key part of that vision, introducing important tax changes to support the UK's creative industries, speed out our shift to clean energy and enhance our financial markets. For too long, the burden of taxation has fallen disproportionately on working people. This finance bill addresses this imbalance. This bill finds that balance and the fairest way to do it. By choosing not to extend the freeze on income tax and national insurance thresholds, the government is ensuring that personal tax thresholds will rise with inflation from April 2028. This protects hard-working families from what I would consider stealth tax increases. This bill also delivers on the promise to maintain the fuel duty and a temporary 5p cut. I have to say to residents, motorists in Harlow, I know this is very welcome. I know that they've suffered for many years with appalling states of the roads. We all know about the dreaded pothole, I'm sure, and we're doing what we can on that one as well as a government. This bill, I won't go on too much about the removal of the VAT exemption on private schools, because I spent a lot of time talking about on Monday, but I am delighted that will generate additional revenue to reinvest in our public services, including our schools. And I say in Harlow, we've suffered from a number of schools that have got racked. One school, Sir Frederick Gilbert College, which is having to be completely rebuilt because of the previous government's failings. Madam Deputy Speaker, this finance bill is more than just a collection of tax adjustments. It's a forward-looking plan that lays the foundation for a resilient economy. It reflects the government's commitment to support key industries that are vital to our nation, investing in sectors that promise sustainable growth and ensuring the UK remains at the forefront of global innovation. It creates a fair and balanced future for all. Thank you.
Shadow Minister James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be responding to this debate on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition. And it's been a good debate with over 20 members contributing. But I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't hear more from the Labour Party benches of people wanting to defend this budget, their first budget for 14 years. I see some have now appeared miraculously in the chamber, but they haven't been here for the rest of the debate. But let me start with the maiden speech today by the Honourable Member for South Derbyshire. And I join others in congratulating her on an excellent maiden speech, and with her tech background I was interested to hear about Samantha's spotting map. And she mentioned the influence of her daughter, and family is very important in overcoming what she talked about, the instant loathing some people can take to MPs, although I have to say in my experience it hasn't been as bad as some people might fear, so I hope that's just me. Yeah, thank you. And we all appreciate her kind words about Heather Wheeler's work, and I'm sure she'll continue that vent on manufacturing with Rolls-Royce and the other world-classing businesses in her constituency. And I know from my own personal experience she'll enjoy the AFPS scheme with the RAF, so I hope she does do so. In terms of speeches from other honourable members opposite, there was familiar themes which the whips will be very pleased to hear. Lots about fixing the foundations and black holes. Although the honourable member for Macclesfield, who I can't see at the moment, did concede it wasn't a perfect budget. Maybe he's been taken away by the whips on reflection. And turning to the speeches from this side, I congratulate my honourable friend for Bognor, Regis and Littlehampton, who spoke powerfully about the impact of this bill, the damaging impact of the budget on high streets and hospitality and family firms in her constituency, and my right honourable friend for Beverley and Holderness, in a masterly contribution, I thought, took us back to that time in his time machine when cast iron promises were made, but he focused on what's actually happening in reality, the importance of enterprise, and also highlighted the economic shocks which may come, which we've seen in the last few years with COVID and energy prices, and how the Chancellor may have boxed herself in already. My humble friend for East Hampshire displayed his considerable knowledge as a former Education Secretary about the damaging impact the education tax will have. And he talked about caring for the 100% of pupils, but there will be serious consequences for smaller schools, for religious schools, and for the parents and pupils involved in those. And that was a theme that my honourable friend for Solihull West and Shirley also drew on, talking about his constituents, and put us in the footsteps of the pupils who will be affected by this and their parents as well. And my honourable friend for Gordon and Buchan returned to her consistent theme about the real-world consequences for energy firms from the energy profits tax and the lost revenue, the self-defeating nature of this measure itself. And finally, my honourable friend, neighbour for Broadland and Fakenham, focused very much on the impact on young people's employment prospects, which will take a hit as a result of the measures in this bill. So there are two very different takes in the debate. And unlike some, I wouldn't claim to be an economist, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the ABR is full of them, and their verdict on this budget and the finance bill is clear: lower growth, higher inflation and higher borrowing. As my honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, put it, the British people put their trust in Labour to stay true to their promises. And what did they get in response? A finance bill that is stuffed full of tax increases, that breaks trust with the British people. £40 billion of annual tax rises, the biggest tax-raising budget in modern history, and it's working families and businesses who will pay the price. As we've heard, the government has said its priority is growth, and we won't let them forget that they inherited an economy growing at the fastest rate in the G7. But following the budget, the ABR has actually downgraded its growth forecasts over the period by 0.7%. And inflation, which went up to 2.3% last week, is now expected to be higher in every year of the forecast period. And the tax burden will increase to the highest levels since records began. And borrowing will increase by an additional £140 billion over the Parliament. So it's little wonder that business confidence is plummeting. The party opposite have consistently talked our economy down, and the consequences are clear. The latest PMI output data shows private sector activity has shrunk for the first time in more than a year. Businesses are rightly blaming the Chancellor and his anti-aspiration, anti-enterprise government. And let me turn to some of the areas in this broken promises budget which have been covered in the debate. First, the bill deliberately undermines incentives for investors, entrepreneurs and people willing to take a risk and back enterprise. It hikes the main and lower rates of capital gains tax. The Treasury itself states that this measure alone will hit over 250,000 people who will pay more tax as a result. It puts up tax rates on investor relief. No little wonder experts have warned this government risks stymieing the very investment it seeks to stimulate investment growth. Second, the bill continues the fundamentalism of the government's energy policy, which fails to put our energy security first. It will increase the energy profits levy to 38%, bringing the headline rate on oil and gas activities to 78%. The Exchequer Secretary couldn't name a country that had a higher rate. I'm sure Dennis Healey would approve. It extends the rate by a year and removes investment allowances. And the real-world consequences? Offshore Energies UK has said the hike will choke off investment and put 35,000 jobs at risk. We should be maximising our homegrown energy, not undermining domestic production and relying on imports which have a higher carbon footprint. And having highlighted their broken promises, I turn to a single promise that they are actually keeping, unfortunately, and that's the education tax. And for some who don't seem to understand, it's not ending a relief, it is a new tax that's being brought in by the party opposite. It's a vindictive tax. It's being imposed partway through the academic year, deliberately designed to disrupt the education of thousands of children. Putting VAT on independent schools will particularly hurt parents on modest incomes who choose to save and send their children to a school that they think is best for them. And over 100,000 children with special needs in independent schools without an education and healthcare plan will be hit by this charge, something that honourable members opposite who aren't in their place at the moment didn't seem to understand, but they really should. This is an attack on aspiration, pure and simple, and we oppose it. Other honourable members have referred to the family farm tax. And we'll have an opportunity next week. Every member will have the opportunity to vote and show whether they stand with their farmers or whether they stand with Labour's family farm tax that will do so much damage to our countryside and food security. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the consistent theme in this debate from opposition members has been blaming a fancy black hole for this tax increasing bill. Claims which have been thoroughly debunked by the OBR and were by the Shadow Chancellor in his opening remarks. And before the election, the Chancellor said she wouldn't pretend not to have known the state of public finances in order to justify tax rises. Then she just did that. So let's hope she meant what she said to the Treasury Select Committee on the 6th of November, and I quote, "We've now set the envelope for spending this Parliament. We're not going to be coming back with more tax increases or indeed more borrowing." There we have it. Read her lips. No more tax increases. That was a commitment to this House, not to the CBI, to this House. But at Prime Minister's questions today, the Prime Minister failed to repeat that pledge. He hung the Chancellor out to dry. And if the Chancellor breaks this promise, how can she credibly continue in post? Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour inherited the fastest growing economy in the G7. Inflation at target, unemployment halved, the deficit halved. They may not like it, but it's true. It's absolutely true. The measures in this bill don't boost growth. They target working people, pupils and parents, small businesses and the wealth creators we need to grow the economy. Many members opposite have loyally clung to the idea that the government is fixing the foundations of the economy. Well, really. Not many would agree. Not Tesco, Lidl or the other retailers who've warned the £25 billion a year jobs tax will mean jobs lost and people's weekly food shop will go up. Not the two-thirds of firms who say they'll scale back taking on new people. Not the pubs, bars, restaurants, hospitality sector being hit by an extra £1 billion of extra costs. But the Prime Minister has found someone who agrees with them. Although he did have to go to Rio to do so. But while President Xi is so well practising and parroting meaningless slogans that he could be a Labour MP, the British public and British businesses are not buying it. That's because they know this government doesn't back enterprise and doesn't keep its promises. The difference couldn't be clearer. We stand with working people, people taking a risk to start businesses and to take people on, people investing in companies. Unlike the Labour Party, we're on their side. I urge members to support our amendment tonight.
Minister,
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just as it was an honour to close the budget debates on behalf of the Government, it's an honour to close the second reading debate on the Finance Bill, the first Finance Bill by a Labour Government in 14 years. And I thank honourable members for their contributions and look forward to further contributions during the Committee of the Whole House and the rest of the bill's passage alongside my honourable friend, the Exchequer Secretary. Before I address the numerous points raised during today's debate, I think it's worth reflecting briefly on the points made by the Exchequer Secretary in his opening and what this bill will achieve. The bill legislates for key measures from the budget, a budget where we took tough decisions on tax, spending and welfare to restore Britain's economic stability. This bill delivers on our manifesto commitments and starts the work of moving to a fairer, more sustainable tax system, while raising revenue needed to adequately fund our public services. We as a government have taken a balanced approach that creates a fairer system while still promoting growth and wealth creation. CGT, for example, we are adjusting the rate of capital gains tax, a tax paid by fewer than 1% of adults every year, to raise some of this revenue. Although rates have increased, the government will maintain the UK's position as having the lowest CGT of any European G7 economy, with no changes to CGT rates on property or the annual exempt allowance, with a phased increase to business asset disposal relief to give entrepreneurs time to adjust. This is just one of the many measures in this bill that will move us to a fairer system where those who can pay do pay. I will get on to farmers who'll be pleased to know. I'm going to turn to some of the points raised in today's debate, but before I do that, could I congratulate my honourable friend from South Derbyshire for an excellent maiden speech and say that she is absolutely an inspiration to her teenage daughter, but also to young women across the country, including my own daughter. So thank you, and we are very pleased to have her because we need more people with careers in tech in the House. She's very welcome. And powerful contributions from members from Darlington, Crewe and Nantwich, Macclesfield, Barking, Vale of Glamorgan, Macclesfield and Harlow. And can I say pay a particular tribute to the member from York Outer for his play on words, an English graduate. I always enjoy it, and I thought he was excellent. Honourable members today have extensively discussed the agricultural property relief changes as announced at budget, and will note it is not included in this bill. However, this is because the government is committed to technical consultation on tax legislation. It's important, we feel, to get complex legislation correct and to help businesses and those affected by tax changes to get the certainty they need ahead of the measures coming into force. The government will publish draft legislation on this measure ahead of legislating for it in a future finance bill. This bill does, however, extend...
For making that point, is there a timetable attached to that? Could you set out to this House? Because many businesses will be looking at that, listening to that statement, and want to know exactly when they need to make their business decisions.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and we will set out plans in due course. The bill does, however, extend the scope of agricultural property relief from 6th April 2025 to land managed under certain environmental agreements. This measure supports the UK government's wider environmental objectives to support farmers and land managers to deliver, alongside food production, significant and important outcomes for the climate and environment. It's intended to prevent the potential loss of APR being a barrier to the involvement of agricultural landowners and farmers in land use change under an environmental agreement, including, but not limited to, the environmental land management schemes in England and equivalent schemes elsewhere in the UK. I want to address something that the Honourable Lady from St Albans talked about talking about family farms. This is not in the finance bill, but I will still refer to it, that individuals can pass on a sum of up to £325,000 inheritance tax-free, £500,000 if this includes £500,000 if this includes a residence being passed to a direct descendant, and £1 million when a tax-free allowance is passed to a surviving spouse or civil partner. There's also a full exemption from inheritance tax when passing assets to your spouse or civil partner. Yes.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way, and I beg the Madam Deputy Speaker's patience as I retread some of the remarks I made earlier. It is my view that the family farm tax gives us the worst of both worlds at the moment, because it does not prevent people from buying up land, buying equity companies buying up land, but it does treat family farms as collateral damage. Could I urge her to think again on this measure and think about introducing a genuine family farm test? And if she were, she would certainly have our support.
It was a difficult decision, and I understand the point that she's making, but the reforms to agriculture property relief means that farmers can access 100% relief for the first £1 million and 50% relief thereafter, meaning an effective 20% tax rate. And I would say to her, it was a difficult decision, but we had to do it in order to fund public services. To the member for Bolton West who talked about tax avoidance and fraud, I want to let him know that to stop people taking unfair advantage of our system, the government's announced the most ambitious ever package to close the tax gap at budget, raising £6 £0.5 billion in additional tax revenue per year by 2029 and 30. To the Honourable Member, the Honourable Member has spoken enough times in the debate, so I won't be taking yet another intervention for him. To the Honourable Member from Bognor, Regis and Littlehampton, who raised the questions about SMEs and high streets, the Government has been absolutely clear that we need to take difficult decisions to deliver long-term stability and growth, and that stabilising public finances is the only way to create long-term stability in which businesses can thrive. But we do recognise the need to protect small employers, which is why we have more than doubled the employment allowance, she may like to know, meaning that half of the businesses with mixed liabilities either gain or see no change at all next year. To the Honourable Member who raised from East Hampshire, who raised questions about VAT on private schools hitting SEND pupils, to protect pupils with SEND that could only be met in a private school, local authorities and devolved governments that fund these places will be compensated for the VAT they're charged on those pupils' fees. So I hope that reassures him. He also raised the point about faith schools, and I wanted to let him know that, of course, the Government values parental choice and recognises that some people want their children to be educated in a school with a particular faith ethos. And my honourable friend, the Exchequer Secretary, met with the Partnership for Jewish Schools and the Association of Muslim Schools during the consultation period for this policy. But to ensure fairness and consistency between all schools that charge fees, faith schools will remain in the scope of this policy. But it's worth noting for the Honourable Member that some faith schools are likely to be less impacted by this policy if some of their income is derived from voluntary donations from the community. Donations that are freely given and when there's no obligation are outside the scope of the VAT. As such, not all of the income that small faith schools receive will necessarily be subject to VAT. So I hope that reassures him a bit. Okay.
Thank the Minister for giving way. I wanted to specifically ask her about what she's just said about special schools still getting the funding, because I just wondered if she's aware that many parents of children with special educational needs choose to send their children to special schools even though they don't have the EHCP, so therefore don't have the funding through local authorities, and therefore will still be affected by this measure. I wonder what she thinks about that.
The Honourable, my friend the Exchequer Secretary has said he will write to her on this topic, but we do note the points that she makes and we are looking into it. To the Honourable Member for Gordon, who asked about oil and gas and the investments of that, we recognise that oil and gas will continue to have a role in the energy mix during the transition. We need to drive public and private investment towards cleaner energy. The money that's raised by these changes will help contribute towards this public investment, while the sector continues to benefit from £84.25 relief for every £100 of private investment. And to reflect our commitment to facilitating cleaner homegrown energy, the Government has confirmed that the sector will continue to benefit from a decarbonisation investment allowance at similar value of relief as it received prior to the November EPL rate increases. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am conscious of time, so I will finish, but I want to finish by saying that the bill delivers key manifesto commitments from this Labour government. It provides stability, it supports businesses, and it moves us to a fairer, more sustainable tax system. And for these reasons, I commend it to the House.
Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No!
Tellers for the ayes, Greg Smith, Alicia Cairns. Tellers for the noes, Victoria Foxcroft and Martin McCluskey. Order.
The ayes to the right, 112. The noes to the left, 333.
The ayes were 112, the noes were 333. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Victoria Foxcroft, Martin McCluskey. Tellers for the noes, Greg Smith, Alicia Cairns. order.
The ayes to the right, 332. The noes to the left, 176.
The ayes were 332, the noes were 176, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Programme motion to be moved formally.
Like to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.